Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I'm on. Hi. Peter Piper picked a peck of plosive peas. Sally sells Sibyl and S's by the seashore. When I'm loud, I'm up here. When I'm quiet, I'm down here. I think that's a good level. Thank you. Am I still on? I'm still on. How about now? Still on.
Audio level check. Audio level check. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 2, check 1. How's that sound? Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Input volume is good, right? Or is it too hot?
Oh, it's real. It's pagan.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. This fader right here. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, hey 2, 1, 2, hey 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. How's it look? Is it too hot?
It's pagan on here.
Let's go. Bring this way down. Oh, yeah, okay. That might help right there. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check what? I know. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. It's not peaking, is it? I can't see. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Yeah, that's perfect right there. Hey. Yeah.
Oh. All right, one more time just to make sure.
2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Awesome.
Corey Doctorow, start.
All right, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Oh, come on, we can do better than that. How is everyone doing? All right, awesome. I'm sorry, what was that? All right, awesome. So welcome to SCaLE 2. How was SCaLE 1 for everyone? SCaLE Day 1. I'm on little sleep too, I apologize. All right, I'll stop rambling. So this morning we are honored to have Cory Doctorow keynoting for us this morning. Cory is a science fiction author, as I'm sure many know. He's the author of Homeland and Little Brother, and he is currently working for the EFF? Working with the EFF.
Yeah.
With the EFF. So, Cory Doctorow.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you all. Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. The last one of these that I went to was called a Lug Fest. So like it was that long ago, and it was held in a gym at a community center. So it's grown a little since the late 90s. It's good to see all of the nice stuff happening around here. I've just moved to Southern California, so I feel like this is a nice coming out party for recovering systems administrator who's living in Southern California. So the long history of free and open software has been defined in many ways as a fight between proprietary and open methodologies. You know, infamously, Bug Zero in Ubuntu is you know, people still use Microsoft products, right? And back in the late 90s, back when it was Lugfest, that was the thing that everyone was concerned about, is whether there was free or proprietary software being used in our applications. And there's good reason to worry about whether the methodology is free or open, because things are more robust when they're open for reasons that are connected to practices in other disciplines, right? Before we had science, we had a thing that looked a lot like science called alchemy. Alchemy and science have a lot of similarities in their methodologies. An alchemist observes a phenomenon in the natural world and hypothesizes a causal relationship. I think this phenomenon is caused by that, and formulates an experiment to see if that causal relationship is true, and then runs the experiment. And so far it's just like science. The big difference is that alchemists never tell other alchemists what they think they just discovered. And as a result, they are prone to the worst of human failings, the most universal of human failings, our endless capacity for self-deception, right? And so you run the experiment, you think you know what's emerged from it, and by an amazing coincidence, it's what you expected would emerge from it, and you were really bright to have come up with that hypothesis, and that way you discover in the hardest way possible that you shouldn't drink mercury, right? And that's why alchemy stalled out, right? That's why we had 500 years of alchemy, a period we call the Dark Ages, in which science effectively failed to produce any dividends. And then alchemists did something that really did convert something base into something precious. They began to publish their results and subject them to adversarial peer review, which is when your friends gently point out the mistakes you've made and your enemies tell you what an idiot you were to have made them. And by doing so, they subjected their findings to rigor, and that rigor produced advancements, and those advancements produced the Enlightenment. And that today is the way that we do everything of significance. Right? You've never heard of a proprietary conference center, right? If you hired a firm of engineers to build this conference center, and they said, all right, we're going to put these reinforced steel joists across this big open space to make sure that the roof doesn't fall in and kill everyone one day, but we're not going to tell you the math we use to calculate whether or not the load stresses will be adequately accounted for in our reinforced steel joists, you shouldn't buy a conference center from those engineers, right? We don't have proprietary math for rocket ships or even drones, right? Even military secrecy involves open math, open methodologies, because the robustness, the vigor comes from being able to understand what's going on. And a building today is just a computer that we put our bodies into, right? If you live in a modern skyscraper, it's got a seismic damper, which is a computer connected to a huge mass. And that mass is shifted by the computer in response to load stresses from seismic force, from wind shear. And if that computer behaves correctly, then the amount of wobble and rock from that building as it's subjected to those forces will be correctly accounted for. And if that computer were very badly malfunctioning, that building would fall over, right? Bankers work in case mods. And living inside a computer, it really matters whether or not your building is open or proprietary, because it really matters whether or not you can trust those maths. And it's not just our computers, not just our buildings. Our cars are computers that we keep our bodies into. You get in a car and it drives you at 100 miles an hour, and you pray that the steering and the brakes and all the other elements that are being run through software are adequately secured. And we not only keep our bodies inside of computers, we increasingly put computers inside of our bodies. If you are someone who has a pacemaker, that pacemaker has a computer in it, and that computer is used not just to calculate how to keep the rhythm of your heart, but to receive telemetry from its performance and your heart's performance, and to feed that telemetry back to your doctor so she can fine-tune your care. The Internet of Things has metastasized computers into every corner of our life. We now have computers up our asses, right? And like I say, historically, the fight over whether our computers are good or bad has been a fight over whether they are open or proprietary, free or proprietary. But there's a different kind, and we fought proprietary over the last couple of decades with what Larry Lessig calls the four forces. Lawrence Lessig says that there's four forces that act on our society: code, law, norms, markets, and code, law, norms, and markets. Code, law, norms, markets, and code, law, norms, and markets. I'm sorry, I can't count to 4 this morning. Code, law, norms, and markets. So, on the one hand, markets, right? What's the best way to get a web server online? It's Apache, right? It's not IIS. And so by making the best commercial offer, or one of Apache's successors these days, obviously, Apache's not the only option anymore. But the way that we got rid of IIS was with Apache. We just made it commercially more attractive to install free code than open code. And so we used markets to solve the open and proprietary problem, but we also used code. So every now and again, we would find something that was already established, that was proprietary, that we couldn't interface with without some kind of work, and we would write code that would interface with it. So we took SMB and we wrote Samba, and so you didn't have to choose whether or not you were going to rip out all of your networking infrastructure and replace it with new networking infrastructure. You could have free and proprietary living alongside of each other, and you could gradually infiltrate the proprietary with free by having good, free, open code. We also had norms, right? Any one of you who has a penguin badge or who's ever had an argument with someone about whether free or proprietary is the right way to go, you were engaged in that normative fight about whether it was moral or ethical to be free or closed. We have lots of people who contributed to free and open source software and made it better because of their normative views. And then finally, we had laws, right? There are cities and states and countries that have, to a greater or lesser extent, mandated that source code be available for inspection or even licensed under a free or open license before it could be used in public areas, public applications. And so code, law, norms, and markets came together to increase the spread of free and open source software over the years. But there is a more profound kind of proprietary that is on our horizon, a kind of proprietary that goes beyond whether or not it's licensed, open, or free. And that's what I really want to talk to you about today, because the dangers of proprietary are things that I think are real and that we can fight back with these 4 tools: code, law, norms, and markets. But this kind of hyper-proprietary code is something that's much harder to fight against and much deadlier. And that's code that has DRM in it. So in 1998, the American Congress passed the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. This is DMCA. This is a law that you're all familiar with because it's the author of all your favorite YouTube videos. You know, this video has been removed under a claim because of a claim under the DMCA. The part of the DMCA that regulates digital rights management, or what Richard Stallman calls digital restrictions management, is Section 1201. And Section 1201 makes it a crime to break digital rights management, to do anything to weaken a digital lock, or to give people information that they could use to break digital locks. And its importance has only increased since 1998. So in 1998, when the DMCA was enacted, it was a US law. But since then, the US Trade Representative has been a kind of patient zero in an epidemic of terrible computer law, and has insisted that all of America's trading partners adopt laws that are much like DMCA 1201. In Europe, they enacted the European Union Copyright Directive in 2001, which bound all of the European states to enacting their own version of the DMCA. In Australia, it came in through the US-Australia Free Trade Agreement. In New Zealand, they got it as part of Bill 92A. Bill 92A has a really dire history. If you want to know just how ugly the sausage making is, look at Bill 92A, because it was originally passed after being rammed through Parliament. People marched in the streets against it. It was this very expansive copyright bill. It included the so-called three strikes provision, where if you were accused of 3 acts of piracy, your internet service provider would have to remove you from the internet for a year. And people marched in the streets against it, and Parliament actually struck down the bill. And then the Christchurch earthquake hit, which was, you know, the worst natural disaster in living memory in New Zealand. And Parliament had an emergency session to clear a bill to give aid to the people who were under the rubble in Christchurch. And a lobbyist for the entertainment industry got someone from Parliament to block the bill's passage until they reintroduced Bill 92A's provisions as a rider, right? So they said, no one gets dug out of the rubble until we get the DMCA. So it happened in New Zealand. In Canada, where I'm from, we got our version of this bill C11 in 2011, which is incredibly embarrassing. Not because we came late to the party, but because making dumb mistakes about the internet in 1998 is barely forgivable as a lack of foresight. But if you're still making dumb mistakes about the internet in 2011, you're just not paying attention, right? That's just felony stupid, and it disqualifies you from having office, as far as I'm concerned. So this has spread around the world. It's now law in almost every territory where you can buy and use a computer. But it's also spread through our devices. So in 1998, the devices that were covered by the DMCA were pretty limited in scope. You had things like set-top cable and satellite receivers, DVD players, and a few other devices that were emerging into the market, those things that Sony tried to push as successors to the Walkman and spectacularly failed to get people to buy when they were insisting that MP3 would never catch on, right? That was what the DMCA applied to. And companies tried to apply it to other devices. A company called Lexmark, now a division of IBM, or became a division of IBM, now I think it's independent again. They make printers, I'm sure you know, laser printers. They put a bit of DRM in their toner cartridges, and the printer could check to see whether you'd refilled the toner cartridge. Because the DRM would flip a bit once the cartridge ran out, and you would have to break the DRM to unflip that bit. And if you had flipped the bit, it would refuse to run the printer. And a company called Static Controls made their own version of the chip that would break the DRM and allow you to unlock your printer cartridge and refill it. There was another company called SCaLE that made incredibly insecure garage door openers that were so insecure that anyone could make an opener for them. And they charged a lot of money for the little button, and so a company went into business cracking their DRM and making buttons that would let you open your completely inadequate garage door opener if you wanted to for less money, which, you know, bit of a Malthusian a bit of a crappy bargain, but nevertheless, it's one that consumers should be free to make. And in both cases, they sued over these competitors making these devices, and in both cases, the Federal Circuit said, actually, the DMCA doesn't cover printer cartridges or garage door openers because the DMCA only restricts breaking locks that protect copyrighted works. And the only copyrighted work in your toner cartridge is the DRM. So the DRM is protecting the DRM. That's too circular. That's not what it's there for. But a funny thing happened on the way to the IoT, right? If you have, we got a light bulb for Christmas that has an app. It doesn't work, of course, but we got a light bulb for Christmas that has an app. And that light bulb has a Wi-Fi access point, a TCP/IP stack, and a Linux kernel, right? That light bulb has a ton of copyrighted works in it. Like, no one is ever going to argue that that light bulb doesn't have a copyrighted work in it. When you put this thermometer in your ass, you have a copyrighted work up your ass. And what that means is that DRM now has the force of law when it restricts access to systems that are not computers in the kind of laptop and phone sense, but are computers in the rectal thermometer, car, and seismic damper sense. And this means that the law now applies to virtually everything you use, and soon to effectively everything you use. Now, the reason companies put this in doesn't have anything to do with piracy. DRM has never really been any good at fighting piracy for foundational cryptographic reasons. Normally in crypto you have Alice and Bob and Carol. Alice and Bob have a secret. They don't want Carol to know it. They assume that Carol can intercept the scrambled message because they use public networks like the internet or like satellites or like radios. They assume that Carol knows what algorithm they use to scramble the message because you use public ciphers for the same reason scientists use public science. If you're making up your own crypto, you're probably getting it wrong. You know, this is like lesson 1 in that Coursera Stanford course on crypto. Don't roll your own crypto. Don't roll your own crypto, right? If it turned out that as a result of the Snowden leaks, jihadis made good on their threat to make their own like halal crypto, it would be the greatest day the NSA ever had, right? Because they would pwn that crypto in a matter of hours. So Alice and Bob use publicly understood crypto, and they send a message over a public framework that Carol can intercept in. But Alice and Bob still have a secret. The way Alice and Bob still have a secret is they don't give Carol the key. And because crypto works, if you don't have the key, you can scramble a message using trivial computers, the supercomputer in your pocket. You can scramble a message so thoroughly that if all the hydrogen and atoms in the universe were turned into computers and they did nothing until the end of the universe but try to brute force the key, we would run out of universe before we ran out of possible keys, right? And so Alice and Bob know that their message is secure because Carol never gets the key. But in DRM, there is no Carol, right? There's just Alice and Bob. Like, Bob is Netflix and Alice is you. And Bob wants to make sure that you don't record your Netflix videos and save them to watch later. So Bob gives you a plugin for your browser to decrypt the Netflix stream, and that plugin doesn't have a save button. And Bob assumes that you will never figure out where in that plugin he hid the key, right? And if you want to become Alice and figure out where in this property that's now on your premises he hid the key, all you need to do is buy a Netflix subscription. So anyone can be, any adversary in the world can become Alice for like $10 a month. And that includes bored grad students with the weekend off and their own electron tunneling microscope at a lab, right? So when Bob hides keys in his adversary's equipment, Bob loses all the time. But companies still use DRM, and not in order to increase sales. No one has ever bought something because it had DRM, right? You never bought a Netflix subscription because you're like, you know, what I want is to watch all the movies, but I want to make sure I can't save them, right? If there were 2 Netflixes, one of which let you save and one of which didn't, and the prices were equal, all things being equal, you would expect some customers to move from one to the other, right? So no one bought it, no one looked on the box and said, now with DRM, and said, that's the one I'm buying. So people are either indifferent to the DRM, or they're holding their nose and buying it because of DRM, or they're just refusing to buy because of DRM. No incremental new sales emerge because of DRM. What you get when you put DRM on a device is you get the right to decide what kind of otherwise legal technology can plug in to that device, what kind of features can be added to that device. Because even if it's legal to record videos that are coming into your home, and it is, right, from 1976 to 1984, the courts around America heard the case of whether or not recording videos was legal. In 1984, the Supreme Court legalized VCRs. Recording a video from your TV to a tape or other media for watching later is legal, right? So whether or not it's legal to watch a Netflix video later because you saved it to your hard drive is beside the point if the only way you can do that is breaking the DRM. And you can probably figure out how to record your Netflix videos and watch them later. You have heard of VLC, right? You've heard of Handbrake. You know that there are stream rippers and you know how to use them. But you've never seen an ad on the side of a bus for VLC. No one has ever raised capital for a device to do this and hired some marketing people and set up a booth in a trade show to market this. There's no one at CES who will give you a product that lets you do this. Actually, there was one company at CES that breaks HDCP to downsample it for older devices. It goes from HTCP 4 to HTCP 2. They're now being sued, right? So you can't raise capital for this. You can't make a product for this. And as a result, while a few super nerds will use it, like civilians aren't in possession of these things. And so it's an enormously powerful anti-competitive tool. It has nothing to do with anti-piracy and everything to do with anti-competition. And the way that you can create profit by suppressing competition really breaks down into three categories. The first is that you can restrict features. So think about DVDs and CDs. DVDs and CDs are functionally equivalent these days. We make them in the same presses. We read them with the same lasers and the same optical drives. But they have a really huge difference, which is that DVDs have DRM. DRM that's been broken since a Norwegian teenager spent an afternoon looking at it hard in the mid-1990s. But DRM that nevertheless still has the force of law. And as a result, there are no DVD ripping products. So if you have a CD and you put it in the optical drive that came with your computer, the software that came with your computer automatically launches and says, I see that you are using media from the last century. Would you like to rip it, mix it, and burn it so that you can use it in this century too? Right? Done in one, right? If you put a DVD into your computer, it says, would you like to watch this? Watching a DVD is the only feature a DVD had in 1996. Watching a DVD is still the only feature that DVD has in 2016. 20 years and not one feature added to a technology. We are back in the dark ages when you add this, when you add DRM to a technology. And what that gets firms is new sales, right? Because no one's ever bought media because it had DRM on it. But if you want to listen to a song on your phone, you put the CD in your computer and it moves it to your phone. If you want to watch a movie you own on a DVD on your phone, you buy it again from the Apple Store, the Amazon Store, one of the other many stores. And so that generates new sales by taking value that is under law yours and transferring it back to the manufacturer in the industry. The next way that you can control devices, that you can raise profits by controlling devices, is with parts. So all of the major auto manufacturers these days have started to put DRM on the CAN bus. This is the bus that connects all the electronics in a car. Cars are computers you put your body into. And that DRM is, again, not hard to break. The people in the tuner community routinely break it so they can change the characteristics of their engines. But it's illegal to break. And so if you're a mechanic and you want to run a business that has an address where you can get sued at, and you want to fix cars, the only way you can get diagnostic material out of an engine is to go to the manufacturer and get their manufacturer-supplied diagnostic tool that has the keys to read the information coming off the engine. And as a condition of buying that, you have to sign a covenant that says, I'm only buying parts from GM. Right? So GM can charge arbitrary sums for those parts, and no one can compete with them because a mechanic that uses third-party parts that they get off Alibaba and a manual that they get from iFixit can't read the data from the engine to figure out which parts they need to use to fix the engine, register the new parts on the network, and so on. And so that's the second way they make money. And then the third way to make money with being able to control features, being able to control the software and interoperability, is by being able to make promises. So if you're making a phone like the iPhone and you're counting on carriers to account for the bulk of your sales, so you sell to the carriers give the phone away to their customers with a long contract that pays for it over and over again, you need to be able to make promises to those carriers to maximize your sales to them. So the carriers want to make sure that if you're tethering a device to another device, if you're sharing a network connection from a mobile network to a non-mobile device, that they can detect that so that if they want to, they can charge extra money for it. So they can sell you a tethering plan that's different from a non-tethering plan. And so when you add an app store ecosystem that's locked to the device, where it's a felony to create a new app and install it on the device without permission from the manufacturer, you can say to the phone company, if you sell iPhones to your customers, if you give iPhones to your customers, we can promise you that there will never be an app that does undetectable tethering. And then the intermediate customer gets this. And it's not just Apple. If you have a Nest thermostat, the primary market for Nest thermostats isn't users who put them in their houses. It's power companies who buy them to put them in users' houses. And they want to be able to turn down your thermostat by 1 degree or turn it up by 1 degree to change the load across the whole grid, which is a good idea. It's how we're going to keep from having to use more coal plants. And the way that they make that promise stick is by saying we can install software in this thermostat that the user can't override, and we will promise you that the user will never get a package that lets them reverse that. So that's bad, right? It ends up costing you and me and everyone we love more money and keeps us from having features that we desire in our devices. But that's not the reason that I hate and fear DRM. It's not the reason I've gone back to the Electronic Frontier Foundation after a 10-year hiatus to work on a project to kill all the DRM in the world. It's because in order to protect digital logs, you have to ban the disclosure of vulnerabilities in digital logs. Because if I know about a mistake that the programmer made, I can use that mistake to leverage a jailbreak attack on the device, to figure out how to flash my own firmware into it that adds the feature, that lets me use the third-party parts, that lets me extract more value from something I own and use it in another market. Companies aren't adding DRM because they're hostile to security, but they're using DRM because they're indifferent to it. Security is a process and not a product. The only way to know whether your security works, our only experimental methodology for determining whether it works, is to expose it to as much scrutiny as possible. It may not be true that with enough eyes, all bugs are shallow. I mean, we saw with OpenSSL and its showstopper bugs that even a very large number of eyes, if they're passing over the code in a very cursory way, cannot render bugs shallow. But no one has ever argued that with few enough eyeballs, the bugs are shallow, right? A necessary but insufficient prerequisite for finding out whether a device has a problem is the right to inspect it and publish your findings. And when we felonize reporting vulnerabilities in devices, those devices become reservoirs of long-lived digital pathogens that have the potential to screw you in every single way, literally from asshole to appetite. So we should not be drinking mercury to protect the App Store business model. And it's not just that DRM bans disclosure, but the natural workings of DRM make bugs when they appear harder to redress. Because DRM is not software that you or I want, right? As I said, no one ever woke up and said, I wish there was a way I could do less with my devices. Who's got a product for that? If you had an icon on your desktop when you booted up the manufacturer's default operating system that said HAL9000.exe, and every time you tried to do something the DRM didn't like, it came to the fore and said, I can't let you do that, Dave, you would drag that icon into the trash, right? And so in order to make DRM work, the files associated with it and the processes that it spawn have to be obfuscated from the user. And the most common way to do this is what amounts to a rootkit, where you have not ring 0 that has the most authority over the device, but ring -1, a space that users, even with administrative privileges, are not supposed to be able to see or interact with. And when ring -1 has a vulnerability, and your attacker penetrates that and attacks you in ring -1, when your attacker is running malware in code that the process manager will not report or let you end, when those files are in spaces that you're not allowed to inspect or delete files from, then that is malware that you will never extract from that device and that will be able to operate with impunity. This is a deadly cocktail, right? On the one hand, we have a legal way to suppress competition that incidentally makes these devices into reservoirs of vulnerabilities. At the same time, devices that are covered by the statute are spreading in every conceivable way and becoming more intimately connected to our device. Information security has always mattered, but it matters much more in the Internet of Things. A failure in information security is what turned 1 million Volkswagens into killing machines that are anticipated to be responsible for scores of deaths this year because of the toxic amounts of NOx that they were emitting from their tailpipe, and now it looks like they weren't alone. It looks like GM's Opel cars may have been implicated, as well as other cars from other manufacturers. The obfuscation of what that software was doing is what's responsible for that terrible outcome. Now, last summer, as it does every 3 years, the US Copyright Office held hearings on this law, Section 12.1 of the DMCA, the law that makes it a crime to break digital locks, to find out what it was doing in the world and whether or not it should grant some limited exemptions from it. And they heard some hair-raising stories. So they heard from people who are involved in automotive security. You may remember that last July, in a remarkable piece of great timing, some researchers who were planning to present at DEF CON demonstrated to Andy Greenberg of Wired that they could, over the internet, seize control of GM Jeep Cherokees, take over the steering, the brakes, the ignition, the acceleration, as well as the entertainment systems, the wipers, the locks, and so on. And they, as a demo, drove him off the highway at speed. Chrysler had to recall 1.4 million cars. Now, the researchers who came forward with that risked felony prosecution for disclosing vulnerabilities in car firmware. And what we heard at the US Copyright Office is that it wasn't that Chrysler had the only vulnerable car. It was that Chrysler had the only car whose vulnerabilities someone was willing to talk about in public. And plenty of security researchers weighed in to say that there were other vulnerabilities that they knew about that their general counsel had told them never to disclose. iFixit, I mentioned them before. They're in San Luis Obispo. They're a company that reverse engineers technology, makes third-party manuals that allow service technicians to repair and improve devices. Service, repair, and improvement account for 3 to 4% of the American GDP. It's all done by small and medium-sized enterprises that are intrinsically local. You don't send your phone to India or China to get it fixed. It's the guy in the corner, the woman on the corner who's got a little business that fixes it. He had an amazing filing because he had been contacted by a farmer who said, I have a John Deere tractor. And one day my tractor wouldn't start because it had a sensor on the wheel that thought I had a flat, but I didn't have a flat. And I called up John Deere and I said, can you please give me the root password on my tractor so that I can disable this sensor and make hay while the sun shines? And John Deere said, no, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to have root on your tractor. We'll send you a part. And so Kyle and this farmer began to look into it. They filed at the Copyright Office for an exemption, and we began to learn what John Deere does, why they lock up the tractors. So those wheels have torque sensors on them, and those torque sensors produce centimeter-accurate soil surveys. That data is not copyrightable. Facts aren't copyrightable. But it is locked up behind the DRM that restricts access to the tractor's operating system, which is copyrightable and is copyrighted and is covered under the DMCA. And if you, the farmer, want to plant your field, broadcast your seed in accord with your soil density tuned for maximum yields, you can't get that data except as a bundle with seeds. And those seeds are sold from one partner that John Deere licenses the data to. Only one guess as to what that partner is. Anyone want to guess? Monsanto, of course. But that's just the mustache twirl. There's a full-on fingertips coming. Because John Deere has insights into crop yields across whole regions, and they're starting to play the futures market with this data. Jay Radcliffe is a researcher at Rapid7, who's also a type 1 diabetic. And as you know, type 1 diabetics have historically drawn assays of their own blood, measured it, taken a bolus of insulin from a vial and stuck themselves with it to maintain their insulin levels. And human beings are really shitty lab techs, right? Like asking people to do things perfectly, repetitively, over and over again, especially when their blood sugar is too high or too low, is not a winning proposition. And that's why today we have insulin pumps connected to continuous glucose monitors that take the human being out of the equation and use robots as lab techs. Robots are awesome lab techs. And they, of course, have wireless interfaces because your doctor wants to get the telemetry off of them. And those wireless interfaces are DRM locked. And the reason that they're DRM locked is that the companies that make them want to sell your doctor software as a service, they don't want them to be able to buy an app that they only have to pay for once. They want to keep them paying for it every month on a subscription basis. And as a result, it's against the law to inspect insulin pumps. Now, if you can get an insulin pump to dump its full load of insulin in one go, you will kill the wearer of that insulin pump in their boots, where they stand, almost instantly. A diabetic coma followed by quick death. Jay Radcliffe has voluntarily decided to take years off his own life by not using continuous glucose monitor and insulin pump, and instead being a human lab tech, because he's inspected his insulin pump and other medical devices. He estimates 40% of medical device code has never been independently audited. And he has found in it stuff that he can't describe because his counsel tells him that it would run risk of the DMCA, but which scares the hell out of him to the point where he won't put one of these devices on his own body. And of course, we had a team that weighed in about voting machines, where they had discovered flaws in voting machines that they couldn't discuss, that they believe had materially affected at least one election. So when you have devices that have festering vulnerabilities in them, those devices become more exploitable over the longer period. And there are lots of entities that like to exploit vulnerabilities. Obviously, there's criminals. You've probably heard the horrific stories about ratters who are kind of voyeur, who deploy these remote access Trojans onto people's computers using drive-by malware attacks, and then they spy on them through their cameras and microphones, capture incidental nudity of them, as well as harvesting their social media passwords, and then blackmail them into performing live sex acts on their webcams on threat of disclosure of this information. So a young woman in Canada who committed suicide a couple of years ago because she was being targeted by a ratter. The former Miss Universe, Cassidy, or Miss Teen USA, Cassidy Wolf, was targeted by a ratter. She went to the FBI. Her ratter had at least 140 victims, including minor children around the world. Another roundup of ratters found ratters with as many as 400 victims around the world. So those people like to exploit vulns. But there's another entity that likes to exploit vulns, right? Spy agencies, right? And whether your adversary, your threat model, is that you're like Nortel, who had all of their trade secrets exfiltrated by Chinese industrial spies and were put out of business, or whether your threat model is having the NSA spy on you, both of them are actively exploiting these vulns to attack us. And we don't have a good guy OS or a bad guy OS. If there's a vulnerability that allows our spies to attack their adversaries, it allows their adversary spies to attack us. Now, the NSA has a unit called the Tailored Access Operations Unit. They're like the SCaLE of the NSA. They make all the gadgets and exploits. And so if you're an NSA agent, you have a target, you know that target has an iPhone, you go to your Tailored Access Operations catalog, and you look up known exploits and weaponized exploits for iPhones. And then you order one, they transfer money from your department's budget to their budget if there's like a material cost, like if it's on a USB stick or something, and then you can deploy it in the field. And their argument for not disclosing the vulnerabilities that they're weaponizing to the manufacturers is that they have really good researchers, and the vulnerabilities their researchers discover, no one else will discover. There's a name for this. It's called no-bus, no one but us. And you know, you laugh, and it is laughable, but it's not like a priori that we know this doesn't work. We have proof it doesn't work. Because 2 years ago, at the Chaos Communications Congress in Hamburg, Jacob Appelbaum presented the Tailored Access Operations catalog, which he had released with Laura Poitras in a German investigative magazine. And when he was done presenting it, he had his one more thing moment. His one more thing was that there was an exploit in the Tailored Access Operations Manual for iPhones that had been presented by researchers the day before on the same stage, that they had independently discovered, that the NSA had discovered, weaponized, and kept secret, and made Americans that they were charged with protecting vulnerable to, and that that vulnerability had been detected and an exploit had been readied by independent parties. And so either it's no bus plus that one researcher that one time at CCC, which seems unlikely, or it's no bus plus Chinese spies, griefers, hackers, identity thieves, voyeurs, ratters, and anyone else who wants to exploit you, because your phone is not a supercomputer that you keep in your pocket to throw birds at pigs with. Your phone is a supercomputer in your pocket that knows who all your friends are and how to access your bank account and what your lawyer has told you under confidentiality shield. And also, it's on when you're in the toilet, and it's on when your kids are in the bath, and it's on when you're in the bedroom. And the only way to know whether that camera is running is whether the operating system is being faithful to you. So when we make our devices into longer-lived reservoirs of vulnerabilities, we risk all kinds of exploitation. And this is why I went back to EFF, because I'm worried about this stuff. I'm worried about how this ties into crime and surveillance. And the future of this stuff looks pretty grim. So you may have heard about the subprime auto lending industry. There was a big piece in the New York Times about it last year. There are millions of subprime cars on the road in the United States of America. These are cars where people don't qualify for a normal car loan. They're given a loan that has conditions on it. One of those conditions is that the car is outfitted with an ignition override that's networked and location aware. And the conditions also may restrict where they can drive the cars. The New York Times story talked about the security problems with these things. So one of the things that's happened is that all of the cars ever sold by some dealerships have been immobilized by hackers, right? Because like no language on earth contains the phrase as secure as the computers at an auto dealership, right? but also the intentional consequences of these things. Because they talked about a woman who took her kids for a drive in the countryside, and they parked up at the woods, and they walked around. What she didn't know is she'd crossed the county line, and her terms prohibited her crossing the county line. And her car wouldn't start, and she was out of cellular range, and there was no one else around, and it was dark, and they had to walk out to the highway and hitchhike home to get their cars back. So that's where we're already at in terms of devices that are designed to control their users remotely and the risks that are associated with them. But where this lands in the future is really scary. During the Euromaidan uprising in Ukraine, people who were in the demonstrations in the big square in Kiev went home and their phones buzzed with an SMS. And the SMS said, "Dear citizen, you are registered as a participant in an illegal demonstration. Don't do it again." And the reason that their phones were able to do that is that your phone is designed to resist your modification and to resist your commands to the extent that it will always send its globally unique identifier correctly to the cell tower. It's basically its MAC address. It's called its IMSI. To the cell tower so that you can be correctly billed, right? There's an adversarial model between you and your phone. If you could change the IMSI, you could bill your calls to third parties. And so your phone is designed, hardened against you changing it. And there are these devices that are fake cell towers. They're called cell tower simulators or stingrays. And what they do is they wake up and they beacon and they say, "Are you a wireless station that's looking for a cell phone tower?" And all of the phones wake up and say, "Why, yes, I am, and here's my IMSI." And then the tower just goes dark. And then if you are the government of Ukraine, you can go to the state phone company and get the phone numbers of all of those phones and where those people live, and you can send SMSs to them. So that's fact two. So we have subprime cars, we have stingrays, and then the third thing, there's a guy named Hugh Hare who runs the prosthetics lab at MIT. And he's got much better graphics than me. I mean, this is it, right? I do rectal thermometers, right? But Hugh Hare will sit there and for 45 minutes blow your mind with amazing still and moving images of ways that he and his lab have connected human bodies to computers in ways that profoundly revolutionize people's lives. Artificial arms, legs, feet, hands, fingers, things that help people see, even neural prostheses, deep magnetic brain stimulation for people with otherwise untreatable depression. But his best thing, his showstopper, is at the end of the talk, he steps out from behind the podium and he clicks to his last slide. And it's a slide of him climbing a mountain. He's all in Gore-Tex, super ripped. And he's got full radial amputations on both knees. And he's got mountain climbing robot legs. But he's standing here like this. And he said, "Oh yes, didn't I mention?" And he rolls his pants legs up. And he's robot from the knee down. And he starts running up and down the stage and doing mountain goat jumps, right? An incredible demo. So I put my hand up and I said, "How much did your legs cost?" And like the price he named, you could buy a fully detached home in Bernal Heights, right? Or the Lower East Side. And then the second question was, well, who can afford your legs? And he said, why, everyone. Because if it's a choice between a 60-year mortgage on a house and a 60-year mortgage on your legs, you'll take the legs any time. So that's the third fact. What do you get when you combine Euromaidan and Hugh Hare's legs and subprimes? You get things like your legs will walk you to the repo depot when you miss a payment on them, right? You get things like you come home from your demonstration in the central square and you have a text that says, "Dear citizen, you are registered as a participant in a legal demonstration, and that's why we turned off your Nest thermostat. Enjoy February in Kiev," right? What it means when our world is made out of computers and our computers are designed to take orders from other people is that everything that is unfair about the power imbalances in our world becomes much harder to address. So as you may have gathered, I'm a science fiction writer. This is why I talk about things like the future of Euromaidan and self-driving legs and so on. And as a science fiction writer, people often ask me if I'm optimistic or pessimistic about the future. And as a science fiction writer, I'm keenly aware that I have no business making predictions about the future, because science fiction writers are Texas marksmen. They fire a shotgun into the side of a barn, draw a circle around the place where the pellets hit, and declare themselves to be world-class marksmen. Because although science fiction has had some predictions come true, they are an infinitesimal fraction of all the predictions that science fiction have made. It would be far more surprising if none of their predictions had come true than a small number have come true. And being optimistic or pessimistic is about making a prediction. And in some ways, it's an inconsequential view whether you're optimistic or pessimistic. Like if I were optimistic, if I thought we could beat all this stuff back, and turn computers into a force for good. The thing that excited me and you about computers when we started getting involved with them, the potential for a world in which computers are our servants. They allow us to connect with one another and to do work together in ways that our ancestors could hardly dream of. You should get up every single morning and do everything you could to make that future come true and to make sure this future didn't. And say you were pessimistic about the future, and you believed that it was vanishingly unlikely that that was ever going to happen. You should do exactly the same thing, right? Because if there's any chance that we can make a difference, then we have to take that chance. And that's called hope. Hope is why when your ship sinks in the middle of the ocean, you tread water. Not because you're likely to be picked up, but because treading water is a necessary but insufficient precondition for being rescued. Everyone who was ever rescued kept treading water. And so I'm here to ask you today to do something to help make computers safe for human coexistence. We founded this project at EFF, the Apollo 1201 project, a project to eradicate all DRM laws everywhere in the world within a decade. And it's based on that Larry Lessig framework: code, law, norms, and markets. So we are interested in people who are making products or doing research that violate Section 1201 of the DMCA. We want to talk to you about how to litigation harden your work so that if you ever get sued, we can use your case to overturn Section 1201 of the DMCA. Thankfully, because Section 1201 of the DMCA is now covering every device we have, the likelihood that someone with a good set of facts is going to get sued has gone up. It used to be the record industry was really careful about who they sued. When Ed Felton, who's now Deputy CTO of the White House, broke the record industry's DRM, they declined to sue him. But when 2600 Magazine published the code for breaking DVDs, the studios went after them like crazy, because judges don't like telling Princeton mathematicians what they can publish, but the Hacker Quarterly is fair game. However, we have a target-rich environment now, right? John Deere doesn't care whether Section 1201 of the DMCA is intact if they can't use it to play the futures market. And so when someone is cracking a John Deere tractor, I think it's pretty likely that we'll get a threat from them. So that's law. And the legal theories are manifold about why DRM is against the law. But one of the most important ones ties back to the very first days of EFF and the early days of the crypto wars. In the early 90s, you'll remember that it was illegal to make your own crypto that was stronger than the NSA could break. It was classed as a munition. EFF represented a mathematician named Daniel J. Bernstein at UC Berkeley who had been publishing on Usenet source code for strong crypto. And the Ninth Circuit held at the appellate division that source code was a form of expressive speech protected by the First Amendment, and that laws that prohibited publication of source code were unconstitutional. And so that is one of the ways that we plan on attacking this. And so this means particularly if you're engaged in free and open source software that circumvents, we want to talk to you about what you're doing, and we want to talk to you about how to do it so that you have the best chance of winning and making a good case. We're doing it with markets, because when you think about all of those devices that have digital locks on them, the only reason they're there is to protect a high margin for the manufacturer. And as Jeff Bezos once admitted in a moment of enormous candor to the publishers, your margin is my opportunity. And so once the legal status of Section 1201 of DMCA is uncertain, once it may be that if we win our case, your business that breaks digital locks will also be legal, then it makes sense for you to start a business attacking one of those margins, making cheaper refills, cheaper parts, service equipment, and all the rest of it. And so we're anticipating a 10-year period while our case works its way up to the Supreme Court, and during which time we are hoping entrepreneurs will seize that market opportunity, not because they care about free and open source software, not because they care about alchemy or science, not because they care about security, but because they want to make themselves wealthy. And then norms. I'm going around talking to people about this, people who understand the more nuanced question. And I want you to talk about that stuff too. Because although most of the people you know are indifferent to these issues, indifferent to privacy, indifferent to questions of free and open source software, indifferent to computer security, we have reached peak indifference, right? Every week, every month from now on, there will be disasters involving the Internet of Things, involving information security, involving titanic databases like the Office of Personnel Management. And every week from now on, because frankly, we failed to do our jobs during the last 20 years and fix this thing before it was a problem, every week from now on, the people that you know and love are going to show up at your door and say, what the hell do we do? How did this happen? How did my life end up in this terrible situation where I'm getting blackmailed, where my fingerprints are now owned by Chinese spies, where my business is shut down because its trade secrets have been exfiltrated, where my children are being spied on in their homes? There was an attack last week in San Francisco where a griefer took control of a baby monitor in the middle of the night and started whispering scary things to a 3-year-old in the middle of the night, right? Your friends will show up at your door every week from now on and ask how we got here. And that's the story I want you to tell them, because we're at peak indifference. So there's one last thing that I'm going to ask you to do. So there are very few of us, even those of us who come to free and open source software events, who can claim to be pure. You probably every month give money to companies whose mission is to destroy the internet and everything we love about it, right? You have a cable account with Comcast. You have a Crystal Palace device, a Crystal Prison device from Apple. You are buying a device from a company that bundles their machines with spyware and intermediate certificates. You are doing one of many things. Now, if you can figure out a way to get around those, if you want to source your computers from companies that have a more ethical basis, if you want to find an ISP like Monkey Brains in San Francisco who do everything they can to fight for net neutrality, if you can do any of those things, by all means do. But I think you will still find that at the end of the day, you are not pure, right? Every vegetarian eventually meets a vegan, right? Every vegan eventually meets a fruitarian, right? So instead of asking you to be pure, or feel guilty about it, I'm going to ask you to tithe, to hedge, to add up the money you spend every month contributing directly to the destruction of the future that we all want to live in and we want to bequeath to our children. And decide what percentage of that you are going to give to organizations that fight for your freedom. Now, I'm obviously partisan. I work for one of them. And these folks have been around for a quarter of a century and have done some pretty amazing things in that time. I've never seen a nonprofit operate better, but the amazing thing that's happened since I was coming to SCaLE in the 90s is that it's not just EFF and the Free Software Foundation who also deserve your support anymore. There are dozens of organizations that operate in every conceivable way. There are organizations that help librarians and schools. There are organizations that recycle hardware like FreeCycle in Portland, or FreeGeek rather in Portland. There are so many organizations that approach this from so many different angles: public knowledge, fight for the future, demand progress, which Aaron Swartz helped found. How much are you going to give out of your budget for destroying the future to save the future? And then I want you to write that check every month or commit to a regular donation. The other thing I'm going to ask you to do is, if you are involved with a university, if you're a professor or if you're a student, get in touch with me, because we have a new EFF campus network, and we've hired someone full-time to work on it who's an amazing campus organizer. And we want students, especially computer science students, but also students who are working in interdisciplinary fields that touch on this, to get involved as well. There's an EFF booth out on the trade floor here, and I hope you can drop by and talk to my colleagues there. They can tell you more about all of these things. And thank you very much for your kind attention. How are we for time?
All right, thank you, everyone. So we have some sessions that are kicking off right away. So Corey said he will be available out in the hallway. Just a quick little show of our appreciation.
Awesome. For you, sir. Thank you very much. Cool. Oh, wow. That's awesome.
All right, thanks for coming, everyone. Enjoy the sessions today.
Check 1 2. 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 Hey 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 1. Hey 1. Hey 1.
You can be faster than legs. There's always something, dude. There's always something. No, of course not. Bring people up? All right, we'll do that. All right. I think we're all good. All right. Thank you, sir. Unopened bottles of water? No, they're open. Hard time finding bottled water. I'll bring another cup for the other speaker. Brilliant. Thank you.
Hey 1 2. 1 2.
All right. They shouldn't have to be. They shouldn't have to. Okay, brilliant. I'll tell them. We're about ready. Mark's on his way over. So I'm going to introduce people on the stage. I'm going to ask them to stand in rows with me. Perfect. All right. Let's do this. All right.
Was that it was not just describing it, but also the scheduling itself.
But there's not, well, right, but there's not that much to discuss, not for an hour.
No. And I guess maybe
Why
I'm
put on
thinking
the
of a
pillar
different part of it.
Big introduction.
All right. Maybe I'm thinking of a different part of the.
Maybe.
All right. Let me get a headset.
Okay. Come in, grab a seat. Make yourself comfortable. We've got a great hour ahead with Star Wars music behind. All right. How's everyone doing? Are you ready for another great day of UbuCon? Yeah. Welcome to the Ubuntu Leadership Panel. This is going to be a great hour where you're going to get some questions in, and we're going to grill these wonderful people on what's going on in Ubuntu, right? So before we get started, I'm going to introduce everybody. We've got a nice mixture of members of Canonical as well as leaders in the Ubuntu community. So first of all, I'd like to invite up to the stage.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a small piece of housekeeping. As
Oh, housekeeping.
Before we do the big thing and have the good time here with this, you may have noticed that Dell is raffling off a beautiful XPS today. So you have your raffle tickets, do you not? The XPS will be raffled off here at the end of the session, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Also, Nathan Haynes, we talked about his book earlier. It's a new book. It's a great book on migrating to Ubuntu from other platforms. That he has several copies he's going to be raffling off, and those will be raffled off in the session following when we schedule the on-session conferences. So with that, you know Jonah Bacon, and we'll let him introduce the panel. Thank you.
All right, let's do this. So first of all, I'd like to welcome to the stage Jose Ray, who is a leader in the Ubuntu community. Yeah, give him a big round of applause. Sit over there. Next up, you all know him, Nathan Haynes, another great leader in the Ubuntu community. We've also got Elizabeth K. Joseph, who has been around Ubuntu for a long time as Systems and Automation Engineer at HP Enterprise. Some are familiar with this man, the founder and leader of Canonical, Mark Shuttleworth. All right. Next up, Ollie Rees, an Ubuntu engineering leader at Canonical. David Pernella, the Ubuntu community team leader at Canonical. Who are missing? Who are missing? Have we got everyone?
Someone from the Community Council, I think, Daniel Holder.
Oh, we don't want him. Do we want him? Daniel Holback from the Community Council. All right, we have a full complement, right? I'm not missing any. This is a big panel. Are we missing anyone? Okay. All right. So this is going to be, we've got an hour. Panels at conferences usually suck because you don't get a lot of discussion and people go on for a while. So my goal here, I've taken this goal as a moderator very seriously, and my goal here is to make sure that we get plenty of discussion here and that we have people answering efficiently. So panelists, I'm going to cut you off if you ramble on too long, so please keep it swift. I've also been around UbuCon talking to various Ubuntu community members, and I've been asking what you want to hear from the panel, like what's on your mind, what's interesting to you. So we're going to do that. We're going to also have some of your questions partway through, and then at the end, we're going to have a quick fire round where we can just blast through some quick questions. Okay? Yeah. Yeah? All right. So why don't we start here? We talk about Ubuntu, and we've got this incredible convergent vision. We've got this incredible cloud vision, orchestration vision. But what does success look like? Why don't we start with Mark? What, to you, does success in both the convergence side and the cloud side look to you?
So those are two areas where I think there are waves of innovation still to be done. And what I care about is that we make a community that is open to people who have vision and time and attention and skills, and who want to essentially make the foundation layers for that innovation, right? Sometimes that's endpoints. People actually want to do the thing that, they want everyone to use directly. Sometimes it's enablement. It's essentially making a platform that takes care of everything else so that the innovation can happen. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. Ollie, you manage a big chunk of engineering. Like, from an engineering perspective, what do you think of in terms of success?
Success for convergences, I think, if the large user base of Ubuntu is going to use a system that's powered by Mir and running Unity 8 on top of it, and can use all those features that we're predominantly right now rolling out through the phone.
All right, and for our members of the community teams, what do you all think? I mean, as members who don't have to be paid to work on Ubuntu, who do this voluntarily, what do you think of success?
I can probably speak for all of us that success on the convergence side will be when I don't have to bring my laptop to SCaLE. I can just bring my phone. And for me, on the cloud side is when everything is in place so that if I'm making a snap, I can work on it in the audience during a boring bit on my phone, and then test it on my laptop and deploy it to the cloud all on the same device. That's convergence success for me and cloud success for me.
Anyone else want to weigh in? David?
I think as well, in terms of community success, is when we get a thriving community of app developers, of contributors who are passionate about the work that they're doing, that they are as excited as we all are who work every day on Ubuntu about the work that we're doing, and that they want to be part of it, and that they want to really feel that they're making the project successful.
Yeah, there's one other thing that I want to weigh in on the convergence front is that I think a lot of people haven't yet understood is that in the process of making the new personal computing platform, one of the things we're really cleaning up is the security story, right? The way applications are delivered, the way the relationship is between you, your data, and the application vendor effectively is profoundly changing in the process. So I can't wait to move my laptop to the new framing of, the new essentially snappy framing of a personal computer. Simply because it'll give me a much more trustworthy platform, right? I'll have software in a box, every piece of software in its box, and that will be guaranteed by the system in the way that, in a way that today's Ubuntu desktop just can't do, right? Today's Ubuntu desktop is from the same sort of era as Windows or every other sort of traditional operating system. All the software sees everything, right? And that doesn't work in a world where we are very aggressively moving software on and off of our devices from all sorts of different places where we have no real trust relationship with those ISVs, right? We only really trust the ISV for the data we're feeding that application, but we actually give that ISV access to all the data on our laptops. So a lot of people might think, you know, do I really want a phone running Ubuntu? I've got a perfectly good phone as it is. That's not the issue. The issue is, can we make a much better, much safer, much more productive desktop environment? Yes, we can. And the work that we've done in Unity 8 and in the convergence story is all of the foundations lining up for that.
So Daniel, you've been with Ubuntu now for pretty much since the beginning. And I think many of us would agree that the community over the course of those 10 years has changed, it's adjusted. Some critics would say that the community is smaller these days in some areas and larger in other areas. How do you feel in your community position that the community has adjusted and shaped and changed over time?
Right. It has changed indeed, especially in the development area. It always was quite exclusive because we needed to trust you. There were a lot of rules to be followed, and I think this is getting much, much easier nowadays. Just yesterday I was talking to somebody and we snapped up their project in 2 minutes, which is great, and that's going to be available over all form factors. Like the store is making it much easier to get your software included. So I think we're taking the right steps, definitely.
And Liz, you've also played a key leadership role in the Ubuntu community. How do you feel like things have changed or evolved in your eyes?
I mean, it's definitely been a huge change, as Daniel said. Different roles. First of all, in development has changed a lot, as he said. But also things like translations. Those used to be done pretty much on the operating system itself. But now if you look at the translations mailing list, there are always calls going out for, you know, translate this thing on the phone or translate this other app over here. So that it's a much more diverse team, and I think it's drawing in different types of people than the ones who were just translating applications in the operating system directly. There are also parts that are kind of stalling. So we have initiatives to do certain things, and then maybe documentation is languishing a bit. So there's a bit of work to be done as well to sort of revive some of the projects that went dormant for some reason. And we have sort of a duty, I think, to make sure that they're getting attention and getting the volunteers they need. Because we've simplified development a lot, but there are other ways we can simplify documentation and other places in the project, I think.
Great. And Jose, you've helped newcomers come to Ubuntu quite a lot over the years. how would you say the newcomer experience is? Because back in the early days of Ubuntu, arguably it was a lot more complicated to get involved, but these days we've got a lot of initiatives in place. How would you describe that?
Yeah, so I believe 1 or 2 years ago we launched community.ubuntu.com, which is a place where you can find all the information you need to start contributing to Ubuntu. And this is something that's really helped us get new people into the community, especially because you can find everything you need to get involved with the team right ahead in just one page. And the fact that you can just join an IRC channel or subscribe to a mailing list and send yourself an email, it's pretty encouraging for others to contribute because it's completely open. So anyone can just go ahead and submit a patch. If they find something they need to fix, they just go ahead and submit a patch for that specific thing they want to fix. Or now we've got Google Code in. We are just finishing Google Code in. It's finishing next week. And we've got a lot of high school students that are getting involved with the Ubuntu community by participating with short tasks. And they are finding out that it's quite easy to contribute with translations, not actually translation, but documentation, simply fixing simple things in the code and all these things. And I think that's also a great new door to contributors. It's becoming way easier to contribute to Ubuntu in these days.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I also mentioned if you go to community.ubuntu.com and find it, if you find any problems with it, find it lacking in any way, it's all of us who maintain that site. We're just humans who already know how to do all of this stuff. So we'd really appreciate new eyes looking at that website and giving us feedback as to what we can improve and what we need to be adding to that site.
Great. Now I want to throw this open to the whole panel. If for one reason have an awkward moment where someone wants to potentially answer first. What would you all say has been the biggest accomplishment in the last 12 months and the biggest mistake? And it has to be both. You can't just pick the accomplishment, people. In the interest of honesty, transparency, frankness, we're not going to judge you all.
I'll start.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll start with a good one. The rise of the UbuCons in our community has, I think, been the most exciting thing for me. There's been an UbuCon, there was one here last year, there's this UbuCon Summit now. There was an UbuCon, I think, in Germany, right? There was one in Florida, there was one that I went to in Lima with Jose. These are, until this one, they were completely community-run events, really, and they've been a huge, huge change in our community. That's been really good. It's been really fun being able to visit different ones and see fellow community members. This past year I was on the community council and we dealt with some problems slowly, I think. We had some issues in the Ubuntu community and it took us a long time to turn around answers to the community. It was because it was a hard problem that we were dealing with them, but we should have been quicker. Things sort of festered and that was a bad time. I don't know how we can do it better, but we have fresh blood on the community council, and I'm hoping that things will change.
I want to weigh in on what Liz talked about there. So I think there's 3 kinds of leadership. Right? This is a leadership panel.
It is indeed.
And I love the idea that in Ubuntu we're giving people the opportunity to find leadership within themselves. To learn how to lead and to try to lead. It's challenging. Anyway, just so I think there's 3 kinds of leadership. There's stepping into sort of fairly well-defined territory and creating energy. So for example, translations. Most of the mechanisms for translations are there. And often what makes a huge difference is somebody essentially coming in and bringing energy and saying, look, here's an area where we can motivate a bunch of people, crack on. The path is well trodden. It just requires motivation and leadership to get people there. And it's amazing. You can actually see sort of waves as people come in and bring passion to an area like that. That's one kind of leadership. It's really important. And it's a fairly easy thing for people to step into because it's always non-controversial, right? There's another kind of leadership which is where you want to do something new. And so we saw a great example of this was the Ubuntu Mate initiative. Great leadership, right? Small group, strong leadership, passionate about a sort of clearly articulated idea, able to muster participation and contribution, and everybody else essentially rallies around that to enable it, right? To help square away all the points of interlock between what those guys want from Ubuntu and what everybody else needs from Ubuntu, right? And then there's the third kind of leadership, which is, it requires much more kind of wisdom, which is conflict resolution and real governance leadership, right? In open source, there's this misunderstanding about the relationship between governance and leadership. And so we see projects, huge projects, which are massively, overwhelmingly governed, but have no leadership whatsoever, right? And without naming names, they become dysfunctional, right? Because you have all this energy going in, but no real ability to kind of make decisions. What Liz is talking about was a case where we had a real need at a very senior level in the project that couldn't really come from Canonical for the ability to make real decisions about human aspects, about what's right and what's wrong, and the ability to essentially exercise judgment. And that was incredibly difficult. It is an incredibly difficult thing to do, but we have to do it. So I was very, very proud that although it took time, the community council that we had at the time eventually said, you know what, we're going to act and we're going to take steps that may be seen to be unpopular, but essentially they're about defending a way of working together inside this project. We're not going to let a strong, forceful personality kind of derail things just because they're strong and forceful, right? And that required real courage. It required real strength. Actually, Liz, I think the challenge when you have something like the Community Council, which is elected and which naturally has turnover, is that you have to keep reminding yourself to find that strength every time. You know, the new guys who come in haven't seen what you've seen, which is that actually a reluctance to act under circumstances like that isn't helpful, right? It is decisiveness and the willingness to essentially make unpopular decisions that's called for. And we have to keep reminding ourselves that that's needed. Someone like Linus in Linux obviously doesn't have to be reminded about that. He's clearly got the hang of it. And I think that's a great thing, right? That's the thing that larger, more distributed projects often struggle with. And I hope that our new CC, you know, will build on what we've done in the past.
All right. I would pick up again the subject of UbuCons as something that I think everyone who's here on the table and in the audience as well are very, very passionate about. But I'm going to pick up one particular example, and it was the organization of this particular UbuCon. So we got together, a few of us here on this table as well, at the past CLS, the Community Leadership Summit, a few months ago. And we had this discussion about, well, we had several discussions about leadership, but in particular, we had some discussions on the fact that we as a community, the Ubuntu community, hadn't really been getting together in big events for quite a while, which in some cases, it didn't help with some frictions that there were in some sensitive discussions. I'm particularly proud for having been part of those discussions and for having worked with all of these guys. But one thing that I have really enjoyed with working in particular with Nathan, Liz, Richard Gaskin this month in the organization of the UbuCon Summit was the fact that we, Canonical as a company, participated in this, and we worked together with volunteers to organize this event. The UbuCon at SCaLE has been an event that's been running for 7-8 years now. And we wanted to make sure, as in Canonical, the community team, that it was not something that we just barge in and try to make it our event. This was about creating synergies, about working together to make it much bigger. And I think every one of us has learned quite a lot about this. This is something that we'll apply to build on subsequent UbuCons around the world. And also, I think this has highlighted as well the leadership in particular from Nathan and Richard in being the main organizers of the conference. I was having this conversation with Nathan a few days ago where he was saying, yeah, we've been organizing UbuCon for a while, but we could have never imagined that it would evolve to this event where some people, while I'm not at the same scale, I've been told many times this week that has this UDS field from the past Ubuntu Developer Summits. Of course, as I say, it's not at the same scale, but I think it's a really good step in the right direction in creating these stronger bonds within the Ubuntu community, which also make us stronger as a community.
Fantastic. So in the spirit of the Republican debate, you're all avoiding answering my question.
Oh, sorry.
Nathan, best thing in the last 12 months, worst thing in the last 12 months?
Well, first I want to say, in the spirit of this debate, I'd like to dither for a second and say that Richard and I did have plans for giant UbuCons. Maybe we said we'll gradually get there over a few years, but thanks to the Canonical community team, we were able to do this in a couple months, a few months, and we're really grateful. They were super helpful, and we worked really well together. They were a great help. I think that I'd say that the rise of these, I hate to say that, yes, the UbuCon summits are probably the best thing to come up in the community in the last 12 months, but I really think we are seeing this resurgence of community-led events. And as a member of the local council, the local community council, that's important to me, I think, I haven't been on the council for 12 months, but I think we are seeing a sort of, in the early days of the community, Ubuntu was this big new project, and we had this new direction, and there was a lot of energy and fire. It was a really exciting goal, and I think we sort of met the Ubuntu goals in large part, and now we're ramping up for convergence and for the next step. But I think the energy sort of waned because everything just works, and so some of the loco teams are not as active globally as I'd like, and we're seeing people just, they've been doing this for, Ubuntu's 11.5 years old now, and people are getting tired, so we need to get more energy into some of the teams, and so I definitely would like to see more energy in the local teams around the world and in the US, and so I will see what I can do to help encourage others. I think that anyone who wants to be involved in the community can just step up and do it. Find the others, find the team, let them know what you're up to. You don't need permission. But I think that sense of agency sometimes is not well communicated. So I think that's sort of a failure on my part as part of the Loco Council, and I'm going to see what I can do about it this year.
Fantastic. Now, it would be remiss if I didn't ask some difficult questions, and then we're going to move on to audience questions, I think. So in recent months, there's been, the elephant in the room has been this is a question to my friends in Canonical, the elephant in the room has been the IP policy. There's been some people who have been very critical of the policy, there are some people who are very supportive of the policy, and I think most people don't actually care very much. But my question to Canonical is, what is causing some ambiguity and some discomfort in the community? What are your thoughts on how we can best address that to remove that ambiguity and discomfort?
There's no ambiguity whatsoever. None whatsoever, right? This is the classic teach the controversy, bullshit FUD spreading mechanism that we see in the open source political field, just like we see it in other political fields. I'll state the exact position, and then I'll also say why it gets described as ambiguous. So the exact position is that if you want to distribute a modified Ubuntu image, if there's an image that has that is not one of the ones that you can download from canonical.com, then you need to have permission to do that, which we do on a routine basis. We've done it hundreds, perhaps thousands of times for community projects, for companies, for clouds, and so on. And it comes down to the simple fact that we can't have it both ways. We can't say you can do whatever you like, but then we reserve the right to come and tell you not to do it, right? So for example, the example I gave in a session yesterday, if we found an image out there that had a keylogger, and we found this, for example, on Amazon, on clouds, that there'd be an image which advertises itself as very useful, right? And it is very useful. It's got a whole bunch of pre-installed software on it, and you just have to enter some passwords. And it turns out that that's a phishing scam, right? Because the passwords that you use there are almost certainly going to be passwords that you're using elsewhere. So in order to preserve the right to say, no, that is not acceptable, we have to say that, and this is absolutely standard, every open source project faces this, we have to say that if you want to redistribute a modified image, you've got to ask for permission. So there is no ambiguity. That is the rule. It has always been the rule. It is applied absolutely fairly and openly. There's no difficulty in this whatsoever. The guy who makes the biggest noise about this asked for permission to do that, and he got that permission within like 12 hours, and then spent months and months and months saying that that was completely unacceptable, right? That's just teach the controversy. And so don't feed it. Please, Jono, don't feed it, right?
I'm not feeding it. I'm just asking the questions that the audience...
No, but don't feed it. This is like saying that climate change is controversial amongst scientists. It's not, right? Every serious scientist says that that's the fact, right? Eben Moglen says that what we do is right, right? So the only people who want to you to think that there's controversy here, that's all they want you to think, is that this is controversial, right? So, and that's why this, becomes a thing, because there are folks who would, who have their own projects that they would like to give airtime to, and they see Ubuntu as competition to that. The guy in question works for a direct competitor, right? So just generating headlines that say, oh, this is controversial, to suppress people's natural sort of happiness with Ubuntu, I just don't want to feed that anymore. I think it's nonsense.
Any other comments from the panel?
Yes, I'll say something. Well, I will say I think it's unfair to characterize him as a competitor, because I believe the person in question is
only working for a competitor.
Maybe, but I think that's a little unfair. But that aside, I think generally from the community perspective, it's not clear how to ask for that permission. Honestly, I don't know how. So I think maybe if that was made more clear, it would help dispel some of this. I don't know, maybe.
In the controversial IP policy in question, it says, please email this email address. Okay. And if you do that, you get an answer, right? So the reason ambiguity came into the frame is that in many cases there are good reasons why you don't say this is exactly what you can do, right? Because you then essentially have to anticipate all of the things that people might do. And a good example of this is the FSF themselves, who will not answer the simple question, when does the GPL apply, right? And there's a very good reason why they won't do that. They would much rather essentially leave it up to you to figure out whether what you have done means that the GPL applies to the work that you're creating. That's standard policy at the FSF, effectively. And so for exactly the same reason, we won't answer the question, when will we not grant a license, right? Because then we would have had to anticipate all of the cases where that somebody might do something that we would regret having blanket granted that, right? We do some of those things. For example, we say when work goes through the archive, you can do a remix. And so that has two effects. It encourages people to collaborate at the core, right? To actually do what Mate does and what others do. Come join the Ubuntu community and work in the archive. It also then allows us to have visibility on all the code that's been changed, because those remixes are built out of the archive. We see all the source code, we see the build process, we see the image build process. We can then we can very easily say that's a remix, go for it, right? So we have mechanisms which are reasonable mechanisms to give people the ability to do what they want to do. It's only, I think, a toxic angle to sort of say that the other mechanisms that we have somehow aren't suitable.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, why don't we move on to some audience questions? So does anyone have any questions about any topic? You can cover whatever you want. There, if you yell your question out and I'll repeat it for the cameras. Okay, the question is, do you have any plans to sell Canonical?
You can make that check out to cash and I'll handle it.
All right, next question. Over here. You can just shout it out. Could you say that a little louder, please?
Is there like a tutorial, like if you wanted to host a community event and you're like a new loco team leader,
Oh.
is there a good place to look for documentation or stuff on that?
So the question is there a good place to find documentation or guidance on how to host a local event?
Yeah, I think we have on local.ubuntu.com, we link to a lot of local documentation on best practices, how to set up events. And there's also links to the mailing list, so you can get in touch with people from other local teams. That's usually the easiest way to go about it. You just ask people who have experience there already.
Questions? Over here.
So I was part of the little explosion earlier this year.
I'm just wondering, as now our team is slightly crippled, where are resources for us to go when we're looking at new ways to work through our workflow?
This is for the Ubuntu project. So the question is, what are tools and methodologies and guidance for Ubuntu to produce great Ubuntu releases and workflow?
I think, sorry. I think one thing that's really good from the Ubuntu team is that it's a team that traditionally has been really collaborative with the Ubuntu team, with upstream, and this is something that perhaps in the last few months, with all discussions that have been happening, has set them a bit apart. I mean, what I would recommend is to continue talking to those leaders in the Ubuntu community that can give advice on how to best work together. Essentially, I mean, in terms of getting new contributors, there's practices that apply throughout, regardless of the project. I mean, one of I think one of the pieces of advice that I would give is to make sure that the team communicates well what they're doing. There's something that really encourages new contributors and also users to see what progress has been happening and getting them excited about the project. Having conversations with the different councils in Ubuntu as well to ask for advice as well is something that always works. But in essence, in summary, perhaps going to those leaders in the community and getting advice, I would say.
I think, also, we've sort of floated, I work on Ubuntu, and we've sort of floated the idea of having a cross-flavor mailing list or IRC channel where we can all get together and share best practices. We do it sort of ad hoc right now. We all hang out in the release channel, and we all sit in different areas where we sort of pitch in on things, but there hasn't really been a collective push in the community to get us all together at the same table. And I think now that we have so many flavors, like with Mate coming in and Ubuntu GNOME and other things, it may be time that our ad hoc approach maybe isn't working quite as well anymore, and we all need to get together somewhere. So we should chat later, see if we can come up with some ideas.
So a follow-up question that a few people in the community were interested in was, with all the talk about Snappy and the opportunities that Snappy brings to distributions, what do we think that Snappy could bring to distributions such as Ubuntu or Ubuntu to make it easier to build a derivative in that way?
So I'll speak to that. In the design of Snappy, we've consciously factored that in so that it'd be possible to make a Snappy application that, for example, is a Ubuntu Snappy application. Snaps can essentially say that they're going to depend on the system to provide specific, we call them skills, kind of capabilities. And so you could have a snap that says, I need Ubuntu, right, or I need KDE effectively. And then that would expect that there's a set of system services that are being provided, which that snap will depend on. So it's a much more lightweight way of specifying dependencies than saying I depend on this package to be installed. It's just saying I don't care how that service is provided. I just need that to be there. So we've done that deliberately so that Snappy as a mechanism is useful for the other distros. And I think that's going to be super useful because I'm guessing that the vast majority of work that goes into producing something like Ubuntu involves packaging in debs, many applications. Now, the core libraries, you probably want to keep packaging as debs because they're useful for other people. But the end nodes, the applications, probably a hell of a lot easier to snap. Daniel's example, there was a guy here at the conference had a thing that he'd written, took 2 minutes to make a snap of it. We've just essentially tried to get rid of all the bureaucracy and policy. The exchange for that, of course, is that the snap lives within its own confined world, right? But that's fine for an app. So if that trade works for you, then I think you'll be able to energize people to kind of do that work.
And there's also a nice feature of the store that you can have multiple release channels. So you could theoretically have something which does automatic builds, uploads them to the store, and people who are subscribed to the Edge channel, they get them instantly. So
let me riff a little on what Daniel's saying there. So two key ideas. The first is that it's going to be a lot easier with Snappy to bring new versions of applications to old versions of the distro. in a world where everything is a dev, we have this tremendous interlock problem where a new version of an app that depends on a new version of a library we can't bring in because that would mean an upgrade of the old version of the library and we don't know who's depending on that and blah, right? So in the snappy world, by drawing that hard line, we lose one nice thing, which is, you know, a guarantee of a fix to a library fixes everything that depends on the library. But we gain the ability very easily to bring a new version of LibreOffice, bring a new version of Firefox, bring a new version of a browser, or the big KDE applications, right, which are big complex applications. So they'll become fatter as binaries, but they'll also become more agile. So my expectation, and it's just a guess, is that what you'll see is that a community like yours might well shift towards saying, look, we're just going to provide snaps of the newer KDE apps on the older LTS releases. So that way there's a core that is the LTS that gets maintained, and then the apps are moving faster, which is nice for developers, nice for users as well. Right, right. And so then the other half of that, what Daniel is referring to, is that if I've installed a name like LibreOffice, right, a snap of that name, actually within that name, instead of having different PPA versions, I can actually have channels of that version. So you can be pushing out for the same release, like 1604, you can be pushing out the stable version of a KDE app and the alpha version of the next version of that KDE app in the same channel so that people can test it out and switch between those very, very easily without upgrading the whole desktop. So we've really thought a lot about trying to decouple parts of the community to enable them to go faster. It'll be different, it'll be new, some people will be upset, it'll be controversial, there'll be headlines, but I think it'll be better, right? Yeah.
Very cool. Ryan, did you have a question?
Yeah. So Snappy and Snappy has a very good story around security. You're absolutely right. The problem that, you know, we've been talking about on Ubuntu Phone, specifically my project, and I've seen Rockwatch also, is having access to run as a service on platforms like Ubuntu Tech. So being able to, in our case, run as a background service that looks for a keyword, to be able to do voice enablement, or with Rockwatch being able to push notifications from the phone to a watch.
Right, so remember the phone is not yet on Snappies. The Snappies kind of...
Sorry, Mark. Did everyone hear the question? Sorry, just so everyone heard. The question was around around a background service in Ubuntu Phone and how that could work. Sorry, go ahead.
So the original iteration of this work was a thing called Click. And Click, they were starting to get to the point where we were still using the Deb framework, but we wanted to start to box these applications in. So the emphasis was really on the confinement story. That work has evolved and evolved again, so we're now coming up to about, you can call it Snappy 3.0 is what will go into 1604. And that has explicit support for services. So in a snap, you can have multiple apps. So for example, if you have a GUI application and a background service, those are two separate apps in the snap, and one of them can be described as a service so that it will be started on boot, for example. You can essentially describe the characteristics of that, and we will map that either to Upstart or Systemd or whatever is essentially starting and stopping services on the system. So that's explicitly supported in Snappy. And bear in mind on the phone, we also have an issue about battery life in a way that we don't really have on servers or connected devices. So on the phone, the decision was taken to essentially not have stuff running in the background because we couldn't predict the impact that would have on performance or battery life. With the phone moving to Snappy, we'll have to figure out how to square that circle. But we've also gained a lot of primitives, for example, in LexD, which we'll use in Snappy. We've gained the ability to make a little container, for example, and bound the memory and GPU, CPU time allocated to it. So that's the way we might have a service that can be put in the background and know that it's going to be well behaved effectively.
Down here.
This is a little bit more of a technical question than a community question, but most of my time spent on Ubuntu server. Is there going to be a command line app-like application for installing Snappy packages? Does that already exist? And when dealing with applications that are Dockerized, can I still deploy those with Snappy?
So the question is there going to be a command line app for Snap for installing snaps? And is there a
way to deploy Dockerized applications via Snappy?
Is there a way to deploy Dockerized applications via Snappy?
So yes and yes. There will be a Snappy command on your normal Ubuntu Debian-based server or desktop. You'll just say Snappy install X, and X is a name like what I was describing earlier. Now, of course, if X requires capabilities or skills from the platform that you don't have. So you won't be able to install a phone application on a Wi-Fi base station, right? But assuming that there's a fit there, then you'll get that thing. And then your second question is about Docker. Yes, in fact, Docker is available on Snappy systems, and so you can say, I've got a Snap, I need Docker on the system, and then you can spin up the Docker containers. So you could do, for example, Kubernetes or something like that as a Snap if you wanted to. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to move on to a quick fire section here. I've got a few questions here. I'm going to ask each of the panelists to provide a really quick single sentence response, and we'll see how many of these we can get through. All right, we'll start with Jose at the end. First question is, name someone who inspires you in the work that you do.
Liz. Liz has been mentoring me since I got into the community.
Great. Nathan.
Well, Jono, actually, because he was always so enthusiastic. I knew early on at my first SCaLE 6X, that when we were at the booth, afraid, we'd never done it before. He was like, this is great, good job, keep up the good work. And I've been doing that for 8 years now.
Thank you. Liz.
All right, I'll say it's Richard Gaskin. He's not on the stage, but you're awesome.
Mark.
There's a guy called Mohandas K. Gandhi, and I thought he was pretty awesome.
Ollie.
It's the teams and people I work with that inspire me to come to work every day.
David.
All right, I'll pick someone from the Ubuntu community, but someone who's relative or not one of the old suspects from the Ubuntu community. That's one of the core app developers, Nekalesh Ramanathan, who's brought so much positive energy, so much passion. That's been incredible working with him.
Good choice. Daniel.
Andrew. Andrew's the Abuchicho. We've worked together on the Motu team, on lots of other teams, and he was always around, always did crazy amounts of work over the weekend. It was brilliant.
Great. Now we're going to start at this end, so poor Jose doesn't have to think in his feet within seconds. Second question, what is the most successful and enjoyable thing that you've experienced in this UbuCon so far?
Meeting the people. That's very easy. It was just brilliant to look into the faces of everyone I met when we were in the bar and were chatting. It was just like meeting family again.
David.
For me, it was good to see the people talking positively about UbuCon, and seeing the attendance on the first sessions, how people were excited about this, and in particular seeing Nathan's session being really, really well attended, and people excited about what we're doing.
Ollie.
The positive vibe we see here. It's really good conversations yesterday at the party, and the little time we spent in sessions, and just see the feedback and the interaction live face-to-face was really, really good.
Mark.
For me, I love seeing new leaders, right? And there are quite a few folks here who I think I'd never met before, never seen in action. They're amazing people. They are bringing integrity and passion and professionalism to the things they care about in Ubuntu. And in many cases, those are things that I didn't know about. So it's great for me to see the project getting stronger, because there are people bringing things to it that I couldn't even imagine.
Liz.
So sort of similar to what Daniel said, getting to see people. I'm not really a very social person generally, but I've really enjoyed the social events that we've had. Getting to see people I haven't seen in years, and getting to meet new people in the community who I hadn't met before. It's really energizing. And as you mentioned during your talk yesterday, you know, there was a way the community used to be, and when you're talking about all our memories and putting up the pictures, I'm like, aw. But then we have it again.
Yeah.
I feel like these nights we've had together have been really
never gone away. Nathan.
Probably getting up here on stage to give the big kickoff and introduce Mark Shuttleworth, because Richard and I had talked very vaguely about what we were going to do and who says what part, and we came up here and ad-libbed, and we spent all these months working on this event, and getting up here and just kicking it off, and then stepping back and watching all the wonderful presenters just work their magic, which led, of course, then to the party last night, where all I had to do was see how much of the wine I could drink in the time allotted, so challenge accepted. It was great.
Jose.
Definitely seeing all the effort put into the conference come to action. Finally, all the months that Richard and Nathan and part of the community team has been spending in the last couple of months trying to get this done to make a great conference, finally coming to life. It's just amazing, and the number of people that's here just for the conference is just outstanding.
All right, next question. If you could have an unlimited set of engineering resources or people at your disposal, what would be your pet feature you'd love to see in Ubuntu? What's at the top of your wish list?
Ubuntu Edge.
I do a lot of work with nonprofits in schools, so I'd love like a push-button LTSP install, where you could just install, you know, Ubuntu on a bunch of machines, like maybe terminal-based or something. But, yeah.
Mark.
All the things I hoped would make it into 1604, but we'll have to wait for.
Jose, did you want to?
I have no idea.
We'll come back to you at the end. All right. Ollie.
Hangouts on my phone, on my Ubuntu phone. That's big for me, so I can just do all my work on my phone.
David.
Sudo make sandwich.
The dream is real. Daniel.
I think for me it would be more of a social thing. I think it would be great if we had resources to help teams with handover, with leadership issues, like helping out there.
Okay. Any thoughts, Jose?
For an unlimited number of resources, I would say just fix all the bugs we have in Launchpad.
No, cancel it. He also means Ubuntu Edge. 2 votes.
All right. Final question in the quickfire. Daniel, what is one of your favorite memories as part of the Ubuntu project so far? I know this is a tough one.
What I really enjoyed was the party we had in Prague. It was just amazing. We had the Ubuntu All-Stars play. James Westby and I were playing some music there. We had somebody VJ. It was just incredible, the vibe there.
David.
For me, it must have been the first UDS in Barcelona, where I had joined Canonical just a couple of months before. And this guy over there essentially told me to prepare the translations track. No pressure.
Welcome to Canonical.
Exactly. It was really great to see all of these people who have hadn't met before, like either from Canonical employees, volunteer community members, and seeing all of these rock stars in action.
Ollie.
So I'm with Ubuntu, with Canonical for like 5 years now, and the most memorable thing is still like my first 2 months, because it was like just a month drinking off the fire hose and then like meeting everybody that I just saw on IRC or talked to on IRC, and that was still like a memory I go back to quite frequently.
Mark. Favorite memory? There's a few.
So the very first time I hosted what was then called the SSDS, the Super Secret Debian Startup, in my house in London. It was the first time I met all of these amazing DDs. And so everybody arrived in London, and they all came to the house, and you know, it was about 20 people all sitting around the lounge, and I went out for, I don't know, get some snacks or something. And when I came back into the house, I kind of came through, and it was this eerie silence. So I knew that there were 20 people in my lounge, but I couldn't hear anything, right? I thought, what are 20 people doing silently in my house? And it turned out they were all on IRC. That's a good memory.
Liz.
This is really hard, and I thought of one, but then I thought of a better one. When we had our developer summit in Copenhagen, I had just spent 2 weeks in Ghana deploying Ubuntu desktops. So I was in Ghana, which is in Western Africa. Then I flew home to San Francisco for 2 days to swap out my suitcases. And then I flew to Copenhagen, which is closer to Africa than home. It was really crazy, and I did a lightning talk during the UDS. And then afterwards, for the entire UDS, people were coming up and talking to me about deployments they'd done in Africa, outreach they'd been doing in their organizations, recycling programs that they've been working with, because I talked a lot about that in my talk. So it was like an entire week of like all this stuff coming together. I was jet-lagged and tired, but I was so excited because we were so many people I didn't even know were working on similar things that I was.
Nathan.
My favorite memory keeps getting renewed. It was the realization that the Ubuntu community the entire project is a meritocracy. It's a duocracy. So when I first showed up at SCaLE, John was there to encourage us. when I wanted to complain about some branding issues, Mark had some time for me yesterday. When I wanted to talk in the community Q&A every Tuesday on Hangouts on YouTube, I was invited in and jumped in, and they weren't humoring me. I was welcome there as well. Every single person I've ever met in the Ubuntu community who's a leader and famous is just a great guy, happy to see me, happy to accept the hard work I do and help out when I need it. And I see that as well here at SCaLE and UbuCon, where people want to join in, and I can honestly say to them, here's where you start, join this channel, and you are more than welcome, and we want to help you. And I think that from the top, from Mark, all the way down to every last person, that's what makes Ubuntu special.
Jose.
I will always remember UDSR and everything that went around it. It was just so fun, and it was a great experience.
All right, so just wrapping up, this has been the Ubuntu leadership panel, and I think it would be remiss if we didn't finish off with some final words from arguably the top of the tree of the Ubuntu world. So, Mark, final thoughts.
Maybe the bottom of the well, depending on perspective. So I thought I'd talk a little bit about aging gracefully. Because we, as a project, are now headed for 12 years old, right? And we, as a bunch of people, are substantially older. Nature had partially balding in mind for me. As you can see, I've gone with yippee-ki-yay motherfucker bald instead, right? The truth is you can't avoid time, and you can't avoid change, right? And so I enjoy reminiscing, but we're not going to have wild parties in Copenhagen again. You know, it would be weird to a certain extent, right? We were founded at a time when there was only one platform and nobody had any choice in their use of that platform. That is just not an issue anymore, right? And so to a certain extent, it's really dangerous, I think, to sort of wish for things to be where they were, because the issues have changed. We have changed, right? Here's what I think won't change, that smart, amazing people are going to want to strike out into the unknown, and they're going to want free software as the foundation for doing that. That was true for me in 2004. That's why I started Ubuntu, right? It was the thing that I could do without me having to figure out which of those smart people I should send money to. I could essentially gather a bunch of other passionate people and enable all of those smart people to just do what they do. And they could do that equally, whether they came from Ghana, thank you for doing that, or whether they came from Southern California, right? So to me, that's never going to change. And there is always the opportunity for us to essentially be that foundational story for innovation. If we want puppy energy, which is lovely, I love that energy, right? That kind of stop at nothing, get it done, kill the bad guy, win the world, get the girl, whatever your analogy is. If we want that energy, then we also have to keep looking at the next wave of what's interesting and difficult and challenging, right? AI in your basement, or convergence devices, or anything that someone in this community might see as the next thing. And we really have to work hard to open up the possibility for that. And here's the challenge, right? People will assume things about us, which makes it harder for us to do new things, right? So because we are, when we started, we said, hey, all of Linux on one CD. And that was a kind of laughable idea, right? It was a crazy idea in a world where every distro was trying to compete to have 14 CDs, 15 CDs, right? We went with one CD, right? That was a crazy idea, but it worked, right? And now the challenge is we are much at risk of making our own lives difficult for taking that next controversial step, right? If we came up now with the equivalent of let's do it all on one CD, half of the criticism of that idea would be internal, would be us unsure about whether we can do that, right? Think how kind of challenging that is. That's middle age, right? You've got things that you already care about, but the world is changing and you have to figure out what crazy ideas are the right ones to bet on for the next time. So, you know, I can't promise that I can always spot the right crazy idea, but I will promise that I'm not afraid of those, and we shouldn't be afraid of those, and I've got the back of any leader at Ubuntu who wants to go out and do things differently. Because I have absolutely no doubt that we have a really profound role to play as kind of the most accessible, most open, most committed quality, enterprise quality platform for innovation on free software out there. I'm committed that we essentially be that foundational layer for that next stuff. So, sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but first, those memories are super important. That energy is super important. But let's not get stuck there, right? Let's always be willing to go out and be a little controversial and try new things. They won't always work, right? The Edge was a spectacular miss, but only because the time wasn't right, right? The idea, I don't think anybody would say now, was crazy, right?
Wonderful. Here's to the future of Ubuntu. Thank you, panelists, and thank you for bringing your questions.
All right, oh, we are rather live, aren't we? You will want to have a seat and enjoy what Barton George has brought for us today. I first met Barton at UDSQ when they were starting the Sputnik project. I would like to say, as we introduce him, he's well worth a round of applause because he's been spearheading Project Sputnik within Dell. Dell is one of the world's leading manufacturer of PCs, and Project Sputnik is a major effort to ship PCs with Ubuntu pre-installed. That's very visionary, and the machines are wonderful. I'm looking forward to you telling us about it, Barton.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. So thank you very much. I'll try not to yell into the microphone. And I know you all came to hear me. It has nothing to do with the raffle for the free Sputnik after this, so I appreciate it. So anyway, I'm Barton George. I'm from Dell, and I'm here to tell you about the Sputnik story, and really from two main angles. One about how we worked with the community to develop it, and also to give an insight into a large company. How does a $60 billion company, which at one point was in somebody's dorm room and very nimble and could change on a dime, then when it goes to be 60 billion and is set up to deliver millions of PCs, how do they innovate and how might you be able to get something new going there? So the story started with an idea. This wasn't my idea. It wasn't anyone at Dell's idea. We had Stephen O'Grady from Redmonk, if you know him, come in, and he basically came in to talk to us about how we might better serve web companies and how we might reach developers. So he said, you know what, there's no major OEM that's offering a pre-installed version of Ubuntu on Linux. And if you guys did that, I think it would be a really great way to curry favor with the developers who are so significant. And I thought, awesome idea, very impractical. You know, as I said, we're tuned to do millions of laptops. People here are going to laugh at me when I talk about the thousands that we're going to ship. So I thought, great idea, put it on a shelf, didn't think about it for a while until I learned about the Dell Innovation Fund. And so this was started by Michael Dell's EA, and he said, there's probably a lot of folks within Dell who have great ideas locked up in their heads. Why don't we act as an internal angel fund, bring people in front of us, they can pitch ideas. If we like it, we can give them a tiny pot of money, give them 6 months to try and prove out their theory and see if it actually can become real. So I went, I was the first one to present, and this is basically the highlights of what I was presenting. And these type of ideas maybe are not so strange or foreign to people in this room, but once again, to a large company like Dell, these were kind of freaky, right? The whole idea of involving the community, and more importantly, not involving the community behind closed doors. The idea wasn't, let's bring them all in under NDA, ask them what they want, and then tell them they can't tell anybody else, and then come out with a product. The idea here was, let's do this out in the open through social media, through my blog, through Twitter, and let people know how we're going and how we're doing it every step of the way. And of course, we did want to sell some of these because we are a business, but the greater return to the business was actually in getting mind share with developers and also changing perceptions, getting people to think that, hey, Dell does have a clue. It does understand what the developers want. So obviously, I presented this. People knew it was an amazing idea. Not really. So they peppered me with all sorts of questions. You're proposing what? Now, why is this a good idea? Couldn't HP do the same thing? We tried this before, blah, blah, blah. So they went away and they thought, deliberated for about a month, 6 weeks, and then finally on the Ides of March, that is auspicious day, I got the green light. So this is how we approached it. Now I said we wanted to do this out in the open. That being said, we had a don't embarrass ourselves phase in the beginning. Because the idea was we didn't want to come out and say, hey, here's this laptop we'd like your input on, and have people in the community go, wow, Dell just does not get it. That is a stupid idea. So we started with 3 alpha cosmonauts, 3 developers in Austin. I don't know if Dustin Kirkland is here. He was one of the strong, the proud, the first 3 who gave input. Once we got that and got their thoughts, we then went out, took this to 2 large web companies on the West Coast and said to them, what do you think of this? And so while they didn't say, okay, we'll put in an order for 10,000, they did say, that sounds like a pretty interesting idea. When you get further along, please come back and talk to us. So with that, we went and we tinkered. We got things ready. We wrote a bunch of drivers, all those except for the touchpad. That was something that took us a lot longer than we had hoped. And so we put out an ISO and we announced it. And so we announced it on my blog, and you can see, well, these are pretty small, but you can see the whopping numbers of viewers I had on my blog, 65, 99, whoa, 174. So obviously I was one of the top blogs in the blogosphere at that time. So, but then, so this is May 6th, May 7th, bam! Okay, so all of a sudden we go up to 6,000, 9,000, 15,000, and over the total life of this blog entry, I've now had over 70,000 views. And so once again, to put it into perspective, my average total life views before Project Sputnik was about 500. So this is a little bit more than I had before. So the same day we did this and launched it, we also launched something called Idea Storm. And basically, this is a forum where you can put in ideas, vote them up or down as far as what you think is appropriate. And so these are the top 6 things that we we heard from folks. A lot of them are not that fancy, right? So don't make it more expensive than Windows. No Windows pre-installed. That seems to be pretty obvious. But we had made a foray into this before, and it hadn't gone as well as we had hoped. At that point, it was a different positioning. We thought, well, not we, some people thought that, hey, free OS, let's put it on our cheapest machine, we'll be able to sell at a real low price point. So people bought it for their mom freaked out, we got all these things shipped back to us. So the idea with Sputnik is, hey, developers aren't going to get Ubuntu because it's free, it's because that's the OS that they want. So why don't we put it on our highest end system? So, and then because, getting back to these processes and procedures of Dell that work great for when you're making millions and are kind of trickier when you're doing small things, what would happen at different times through the machine, the mechanism that is Dell, they would run, say, a promo on Windows, which would drop the price, which all of a sudden, so it was here, all of a sudden Ubuntu would look more expensive. And that was just because of all the, as I said, the processes. And so that was a big black eye. So we wanted to make sure that wouldn't happen again. So that was a gathering of feedback, and then we went into beta. So the first thing, because everyone uses their tongue for a touchpad, we wanted to make sure that we had the touchpad driver. So we worked with Kamal at Canonical, we worked with Mario on our side, and then Cypress to work on getting this together. So we were able to deliver this, and once we did and pushed it up to the 3.9 kernel, we then said, okay, let's expand, and we need more cosmonauts. So we went out to the beta cosmonauts, and we said, okay, we want you, if you're interested, please fill out this form. And it wasn't just a tick box, yes, I'm interested. It was, how big is a company you work for, what kinds of applications do you work on, what type of system do you have, what type of industry, et cetera, et cetera. And as you see there, we've got 6,000 people from around the world. And that was really the tipping point. We said, if this many people in the community are interested in this, let's make this a real product. So that being said, boom, we had promised it worldwide. When we went back to the team that said they could execute on this to make the beta units available worldwide, we found out that it was going to be much more difficult than we thought. And we had to think about doing a trade-off. Do we stick with what we said we would do, which would probably, given the resources it would take to do that, would push the launch out? Or do we come back and say, hey, we screwed up, and we're only going to be able to do it in the States so that we can make the launch sooner? So we went with the mea culpa and apologized for it. So with that, 9 months later, we finally launched. And I say finally. To develop a product from green light PowerPoint slides, OpenOffice, LibreOffice slides, to launch is pretty fast in Dell. Now, as an aside, not only did we want to make a developer laptop, we had some grandiose plans. We were going to create a profile tool. Basically, these are going to be language stacks that you would, Ruby, Android, etc., that you'd be able to pull down from GitHub and then install on your system. We were also going to do a cloud launcher. You'd develop in microclouds, and then you'd push to the clouds itself. Well, we soon found that this was a bit tricky, so we were going to focus on the profile tool. And man, we tried this so many different times. And on my blog, every so often I'd say, no, this time it's real. Now we've got the real resources, and we're really going to make this happen. And unfortunately, it just stayed perpetually under construction. We had to come back and say, hey, sorry that we're not able to do it. So back to our main story. How was it received? We got a lot of great press. Wall Street Journal, O'Reilly Radar, TechCrunch, and this is my favorite from Ars Technica. Dell's substantial investment pays off. It was myself, it was Jared here, a dog, and somebody else basically that put this thing together. But it's great. Yeah, and his bunny, right. So it's great to see that we sort of cast a big shadow. And then on the interwebs, here's just some of the tweets we got. I think my favorite is that DFED said, spoiled by my Dell Sputnik Linux laptop on Mac today, feel like I'm computing with crayons. And then this is my absolute favorite on the bottom. Well, I did something I never thought I would. I bought a brand new high-end Dell laptop for full price, me. Hell will be freezing over shortly. So that gets back to that wanting to change perceptions. But not everybody was always happy. Here's a friend of ours in Denmark. This was on Google+. Basically, he read an article, went to try and find this on the Danish site, and he couldn't. That's Denmark. Ooh, I guess you don't ship these models to Denmark, fuck asses. Not the first time it happens. That is why I never buy Dell products, never ship the products and see a bigger profit. And this kind of stuff happens every so often in communities. If you're part of one, you might be familiar with it. So I came back, and after I sort of cooled down, walked around the block a couple times, came back to my keyboard and said, hey, the M3800 with Ubuntu should be definitely available in Denmark. I shot off an email to the team to find out what's going on. Thanks for flagging it. Stay tuned. And then once you acknowledge it and you realize and you share the fact that there is an issue and you're going to look at it, you come back very nicely. Sounds really nice, Bart and George. Thanks for the quick answer. And I think that's one thing I found through this process is 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 times when people would flame us for how stupid we were and how lame our execution was, you'd come back and you just explain, hey, we were really trying to do it this way, it didn't work out, or let me look into that for you. They toned way down, and oftentimes they become supporters. So remember that great dream we had? Well, we didn't quite execute on it, but as history would happen, serendipitously, this thing Docker came along. And so this is now creating that micro cloud that we talked about. And it really has then been able to deliver this client-to-cloud solution that we had hoped for. And then coming to a Dell.com to you, Dell.com near you shortly, here's the 5th generation, and this is the one, if you saw it outside by the table, it looks just like this, the one that's coming out. It just has a faster processor and a few other neat things. And so the one we're raffling off, it will be the new one when it comes out. And then we have a second one of the Precision laptop, and that will be coming out as well, which is actually based on the work that Jared did back in the day. He went and put together a hack for how you'd run this on the precursor to this, and then it became a real boy the next year after we did all the work. So just to wrap up with, what were the lessons that we take away, once again, from trying to develop at a large company and working with the community? First one is both get a champion and be a champion. And what I mean by this is, in a champion, we had Michael Dell's EA, and so that name sort of carried us through quite a bit. That being said, if you ever work at a large company, sometimes the stuff that the CEO or their people say doesn't work all the way down at the bottom. They just say, yeah, whatever, he's so many layers up, they'll never catch me. So you also need to be very much a champion for yourself. So particularly in the beginning when we started this, the zombies would come out every so often and try and kill this. And I can see how they would think about that, because oftentimes at a big company, you don't even have enough resources to do your project, and thinking about this project taking away resources would make them angry. So that being said, this has gotten much easier as we've gone on, and the number of people popping up and saying, why are you doing this, has really tapered off. Second thing is leverage and execute. So the idea doesn't have to be your own. It's more important that the idea you have or the idea you take is one that you can actually execute on. Awesome ideas are a dime a dozen. And so when you're talking about executing, if you want to be successful, it's really important to start small. So when I first pitched this, I had kind of grandiose ideas. We'd do a Beauty and the Beast lined up. We'd have multiple configs of each, and luckily somebody talked me out of it and said, you know what, to launch, pick one system, pick one config, and then you can go from there. And we have every year, we've expanded more. The other thing is just don't overpromise, err on the side of caution. And I think this is true of a lot of products, even within Dell. We feel because we're a big company, we have to come up with these huge boil the ocean plans, and oftentimes what happens is they collapse under their own weight. Number 4, turning to the community, be humble, be human. As I said, this was a bit of a different approach in that we were doing all this out in the open and getting feedback. So speak directly and be transparent. And then as like our friend in Denmark, and there's more than that, there was other people as well, don't write off anyone too soon. Like I said, you might have to go away from the keyboard and cool down for a bit. And then last but not least, no one is perfect. So it's not, are you going to screw up? It's when you screw up, how are you going to recover? So basically, you need to own it, right? We had a couple of screw-ups here. We had the biggest ones being the, hey, we're going to do this worldwide. Oh, psych, we're not going to. And then the other one was this grandiose plans, like I said, for the profile tool and the cloud launcher. So that is the end of my presentation. I think we might as well give one away right now. Oh, yeah. So this, as I said, this is, thank you. This is the system itself. It's going to be the next version, although the form factor will look the same. So it's, for all intents and purposes. And so now, out of the...
So we've got about 200 tickets.
Ooh.
And, I don't think everyone's here. So someone's going to miss out on a really awesome laptop today.
So do we finally decide it's need not be present or must be present?
Must be present. You must have your ticket. And we're going to read off the last 4 digits of the ticket. If yours matches, you get this, not this one, right?
No, you'll get, like I said, the new one is coming out, knock on wood, next month. And so we're going to wait till it comes out to give it to you, so you don't have the older one.
All right, so does everybody have their red tickets? All right, let's do this.
Okay, let's see. See how many of these we have to go through. All right, the last 4?
Yes.
8165. That's 8165.
No? No?
Oh! Oh!
First time, all right.
Right off the bat.
All right, where's David? David Planella, you in here?
Let's see what we got here. I have to put my glasses on. But...
Does it look like? Take a picture of it.
Yes, it is a match. We have
All
a
right.
winner.
Jose.
So we'll...
yeah, we need to get his information. So
Yeah.
Jose's going to...
We gave it to them, so they're doing it. So once again, I'll be around for a while. Jared, who is our lead software engineer on this, will also be here. So if you have the hard questions, you can ask him, and the fluffy ones, please come to me. All righty, thank you.
Is this like...
Did they have, I guess, a suggested pricing or your target price that they're trying to hit for this one on that web? That web that he gave, yeah, for the 5th gen. I don't know. Who would know?
So just a reminder, we will be raffling off some books. I have a book, and I have 2 for raffle, and I think Elizabeth K. Joseph also brought some books. So keep your tickets; they're still valuable. And I am available here as well as at the Ubuntu booth all weekend to sign your book, and then it will be worth $5 on eBay. So.
Tell me, Richard's doing the Unconference Session instead of George because George is leaving for Dell today or something like that.
Okay.
He's trying to pitch in a Google topic.
Okay.
I'm going to put you back on.
What?
When you're ready.
I'm ready.
You're ready. You have a mic? Do you have a mic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that.
Are you sending me any audio?
No.
Okay.
Website.
I'm not getting any video.
Not any video? Oh, you know what? I forgot to...
Wrong cable.
No, wrong, not the wrong.
Flip the switch on your microphone. Oh, there was one up there just a second ago.
Yeah, I know. Fantastic.
Turn your microphones on.
No, I was queuing the video guy, so I didn't want to broadcast. Okay. So next up today, we have Michael Hull, who's here to, we've had this promise of phones, convergence, desktop apps for many years, and that reality is almost upon us, and Michael Hull is here to demonstrate exactly where we are.
Turn your microphone on.
Is that better?
Yep.
All right. So as Nathan said, we've been promising this convergence thing for about 2 years now, and I am super excited that I'm finally able to actually show it off live to all of you. But before we get to the actual demo, there's a couple boring slides that I wanted to just go through, because we do have some misconceptions about what it is we mean when we talk about convergence. So the first thing is that we're not just talking about putting a phone UI on the desktop. Everybody is afraid that we're just going to do like Windows 8 and it's just going to be giant tiles all over and it's going to be touch oriented when you're trying to use a keyboard and mouse. That is not what we're trying to do. We are going to make an actual desktop that runs from your phone. It's going to look like a desktop, it's going to feel like a desktop, it's going to have the desktop features you expect to be there, but it's going to be running on phone hardware. So when we talk about convergence, what we mean a couple different things really. We mean either running everything from one device. So you've got your phone, and that is your personal computer. You take it everywhere you go. You use it as a phone when you're on the go. You use it as a desktop when you're at your office or when you're at home, or you plug it into your TV and it's your home media center. So that's one device running in different form factors to do different things. The other thing it could be is just one code base across all of your devices. So if you do have a laptop and a phone, and you don't want to ditch your laptop to use your phone, you can still use the same software on both. So you've got the same apps on both, you've got all the same features on both, you've got all the same data format supports on both. You don't have to worry about, okay, if I do this work on my laptop, will I be able to access that same work on my phone? Because it's going to be the same software running in both locations. The second misconception is that convergence, going from a phone to a desktop, is just about scaling up, just taking what's there and making it bigger. And that's when you end up with things like giant buttons that you don't need when you've got a mouse. So there's a lot more things to consider than just going big. We offer a few different things to make that easier for developers. Some of them are baked right in, so you don't even really have to think about it. So things like grid units, which are a smart measurement of screen real estate that's not dependent on pixels, it's not dependent on pixel density, it's not dependent on screen size, but it's going to change based on the form factor and the use case for that form factor. So a button on your phone, you're going to want to be a different size than a button on your TV or a button on your laptop, even if they all have the exact same pixel resolution. We also have a smart set of font sizes that go from small to extra large, and it's the same thing. It's not tied to physical dimensions. It's not tied to pixel sizes. It's going to change depending on what it should be for that form factor. Those are built into the toolkit, so you really don't have to worry about that as a developer. You just use those instead of using pixel sizes, and everything scales right for you. The other two things we offer are conditional layouts and adaptive layouts. And these are what let your app transform the way it works and the way it displays itself, depending on the form factor and the use cases that you're supporting on that form factor. And I'm going to demonstrate all four of these in just a minute, actually just now. So if any of you were paying attention earlier, you may have noticed that I am running this on my phone. Right here, and I'm going to be careful not to unplug it because we had to find a Frankenstein setup of wires and converters to actually make this work. So you can't, you can see the launcher a little bit. So first thing that you'll notice is that when it's running as a desktop, the launcher icon order flips. So it's now starting from the top going down just like it is on your desktop. But everything works and acts the same way. Let me put my notes here. So first thing I want to show is the browser, and hopefully the Wi-Fi will work here. All right, so this is our browser. This is the phone browser running on the phone. You can see if I shrink it down, it becomes just like what you have on the phone with the tabs at the bottom. It's not really good on a mouse and keyboard, which is why we've changed it. So when you're on the desktop and it gets bigger, now your tabs move up to the top. It's not closing your pages and reopening them. It's just relocating where the user interface component is that lets you access those. The other one I wanted to show off is the file manager. Here we go. So the browser was using a special tabs component that was built for the browser and is going to slowly make its way into the UI toolkit. But the file manager is using the conditional layouts, which is already there. When it's in phone mode, the Places panel there on the side will shrink and go away into a drop down or into a bottom slide up. But when it's bigger, you get to see more of it and be able to access those a little bit easier. And last but not least, I'm going to give a little bit of a plug to my own app here. This is my Reddit app. And let's see, I'm going to make this smaller so I can actually show. So this is the adaptive page layouts. This is something that was just introduced into the latest version of the toolkit. It's going to be in the next OTA release. And this is what's really going to make it easy for developers to make apps that scale up and down all along the way. So the way it works is instead of one stack of pages that you just add one on top of the other, you kind of hand off that responsibility to this toolkit and you just say, I want to add a page either at the current location or the next location, and it decides whether or not you've got enough room. So here if I go, let's see, I have no idea what these are, so hopefully it's nothing offensive. All right, so you've got your Reddit post here, you open the article, you click on comments, and it's going to stick it on top of that because there's not enough room to display it side by side. But when I go full screen, now I've got an extra column, so now I can open up the comments and they're over there. But then if I minimize it again, it's going to stick it right back on the page stack for you. So that makes it really easy. This took me about an hour of work one evening once I started getting into playing with it. So it makes it really easy for app developers to build apps that work well on the desktop and on the phone and on the tablet and eventually on the TV. So we're going to have this exact same setup at our booth for the rest of SCaLE. It's going to be open. You can come, you can see it, you can play with it, you can ask us all kinds of questions about it. Please come by and see us. That's all I've got.
Hi, Jose. This conversation is a private conversation between me and you. We want more people in here because we're going to do a raffle. So I want you to go outside and yell at everyone that's standing out there and get more people in here. That's the most efficient way to have a private conversation.
Cool. Good. Okay, you ready to go? Brilliant. Okay. Never use one of these. Close. But you got a really big head. Yeah. Have you got a handheld one? I prefer using one. Yeah.
Somebody took the box of raffle tickets. You guys got it? You want me to go grab it?
Check 1, 2.
Sweet. Thank you. Sorry. You have to have it in the stand. Humor fail. Right.
Okay, so here we have Alan Pope, and he is going to describe how this unconference is going to work.
Hello. My name is Alan Pope. I'm a community manager at Canonical working on Ubuntu. And I wanted to spend a short amount of time describing how the afternoon is going to work today as an unconference. It's fairly straightforward, and you'll pick it up straight away. It's really easy. So over the years, we've had a number of Ubuntu developer summits, and at those summits, a lot of them have run very much like an unconference. So we've had a bunch of rooms set aside with chairs, and you can grab a room and discuss a topic, or do some planning, or talk about anything you want to that's related to Ubuntu, and gather people of a like mind might help you work on that thing, or discuss that topic, or plan whatever it is you're doing. And so this afternoon we've got a whole bunch of sessions set aside for you to use for whatever topics you want to. They could be discussions, open discussions between a bunch of like-minded people. They could be workshops. You might want help working on something. They could be demos. You may have something you want to show off. Or you may need help with something. And there may be people here who can help you, other technical or social fixes that people may be able to help. But basically what we're talking about here is, I really should have closed Telegram. Let me just close that before people spam me with all kinds of stuff. Does it not? No, but it distracts me. Sorry. Gone. So, yeah, the whole plan of this is you can use these sessions to shape the future of Ubuntu. So, how do we UbuCon Unconference? It's really easy. Think of a topic that you would like to discuss. Write a title on the post-it notes, which are up here on this desk. So all you have to do is get up out of your chair, walk down to the front, grab a Sharpie, and write your topic on a post-it note. The fact that it's on a post-it note means that the topic title can be nice and short. Then, a little while later, after Nathan's done the raffle, you'll be given an opportunity to come here and stand and give a tweet size, like a minute or so, description of what that one-line topic means, so that you can gather interest from other people. Then go and have lunch, and then eat your vegetables while you're at lunch, and check the schedule when you get back, and the schedule will have those post-it notes stuck on it, so you know where to go and at what time. So it's as simple as that. Grab a Post-it note, scribble the title of your topic, come up here, describe it to everyone, go and have lunch. When you come back, have the session. I'll talk more about this in a minute. That makes no sense. The rooms in which the unconference sessions will happen are rooms I and J. You may have noticed that the rooms are labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. So I is through that magic curtain there, and J is through that gap in the curtain there. That's where the Wizard of Oz lives. So I looks a little bit like this. It's a bunch of tables with chairs, and J looks a little bit similar. So you just get a bunch of people, sit around a table, discuss your topic, work on whatever it is you want to do. The schedule will be posted outside on this. LibreOffice crash, thanks. Jeez. Yeah. Sorry about this. I'll file a bug when I get back.
We've seen this one.
So, yes. The schedule will be posted outside on this giant primitive technology. So when you come back from lunch, just go and have a look there and you'll find out where your session will be. So a few tips for successful sessions, how to run a successful session. Have a really specific topic to talk about. Don't wander around loads of topics. Don't try and cover everything in one session. Try and be atomic and have one thing to talk about, one thing to discuss. Make sure you take notes. You can take notes in a number of ways, and I'll show you a couple of tips for that in just a minute. It's good to take notes because these sessions are not going to be streamed live. They're not going to be recorded in any way other than what you write down or type into a document, whether that's Vi, Nano, Emacs, whatever, I don't mind. Make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak. Not everyone is a native English first language speaker, so give everyone the opportunity to speak if they need to. Don't try and dominate the discussion, let everyone have a turn. Keep an eye on the clock, because these are 1-hour sessions. If you get towards the end and you're still discussing a topic, then try and wrap that up. Maybe come up with some actions or some notes to take during that session. And once you've created your notes, you can link them on this summary Etherpad that we've created, pad.ubuntu.com/ubucon, so that we can come back and look at these notes later, review the actions, and chase people down. Taking notes is super easy. You can create your own Etherpad. If you just go to pad.ubuntu.com/ and then whatever you want, it will create a brand new pad, super easy, and it's a great way for all of you in the room to sit and type on your laptops directly into a thing. If you prefer the old school way, then you can use a pen and a, how did that pen get there? Pen and paper, and then maybe take photos and upload them somewhere to Imgur or Flickr or whatever, and then link those in the UbuCon Etherpad. And this is what the UbuCon Etherpad looks like now. It's currently empty, ready for all of you to stick your notes in. And that's basically it. So all you've got to do, think of a topic, write down a Post-it note, come up here, give your pitch, describe what your topic is about to gather interest in it, go to lunch, eat your vegetables, and then come back this afternoon, look at the schedule, and find these two rooms, I and J, behind here, which is where those will be. So there's your summary. I think that's everything. Have I missed anything? I don't think so. Right. Hopefully there's no questions. Write your topics on the Post-it notes. There is a question. Sergio, hello. So the question Sergio has is, how do we manage conflicts? And you're going to have to go and lobby the people who are putting the Post-it notes on the thing. Well, I'm not doing that, but yes. You go and find the person who's sticking the Post-it notes on the board and lobby them to move things around and shuffle things about, which we've got plenty of time to do that between now and after lunch.
And remember, it's to the death.
Well, you know. Okay. I think that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So we have some fabulous prizes to give away. And so I hope you have all your raffle tickets. And we have some books. The first book here, I'll give you something to do.
I can be Vanna White.
Yeah, maybe.
But there is a nice thing about a pre-raffle moment. We have everyone's attention. May I do a quick shout out for the networking
please
team?
do.
We like to show our appreciation for all the people that make this possible. And yesterday we named a number of people, but we forgot one crew who came through in a stellar way, in a way that all of you will appreciate. How many of you have ever solved a technical problem with a computer? So you know how it is, right? You have a crisis, and you have a deadline, and you need to make that all work out. Well, yesterday we had a crisis before Mark Shuttleworth's opening keynote. Networking came through, looked at the problem, identified it, brought in a solution which was very inventive, using a VPN access to bring his feed up here. And total time to resolution was 7.5 minutes. Round of applause for the networking team to come up with that. It was a great piece of troubleshooting.
For the first book,
I don't think, but here.
okay. So for the first book, we have Ubuntu Unleashed, 2015 edition. So this covers not only 14.10, but also 15.04. And since Ubuntu abandoned the desktop, this is still relevant today in 15.10. So I will give you the honors of grabbing the first raffle ticket. Now, it was very clear to Claire at the registration desk that she should not mix those up. So
all right, last four digits.
I'm ready.
8138.
No good for me.
Come on down.
Congratulations. Here you go. And verify.
Fabulous.
Super secure.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Ubuntu for Windows and Mac users, beginning Ubuntu for Windows and Mac users. Nathan's book, it's been out how long?
Since end of September, 27th.
I have a copy. It's very popular in our lug. It's been very popular among everyone I know who's read it. It's a good one. So, draw away.
So, here's the winning ticket. And the last four are 8147. 8147. Oh, great. Coming up. Congratulations.
8147? Was it 8147 is our winning ticket? Oh, okay. Here we are. Here's our winner. Sorry. Slow. No, that's okay. Congratulations.
The next book is A Practical Guide to Ubuntu Linux by Mark Sobel. And it also includes a full copy of Ubuntu on DVD in the back of the book. And the pull to open tab is still sealed. So, the winner of this fabulous prize has a ticket ending in 8254. 8254. Going once. Going twice. That's it.
All right.
In that case, the actual winner of this fabulous prize has a ticket ending in 8283. 8283?
Going once?
Yep, going once.
Twice?
8283.
Okay, release candidate 3.
Take from the bottom of the pile here. So you have to be present to win. Okay, 8259. 8259. Going once, 8259. Going twice. And someone else has a chance to be the lucky winner. 8265. The first two went so well. 8265. Huh? It might come to that.
We'll be there soon enough.
Right. 8281. 8281.
Going once?
Yeah, we're going to speed this up a bit.
Twice? All right.
Yeah, right? Let's see what we can do here. That might be a good idea. Okay, random selection. 8198.
All right then. Moving on.
8252. Anyone close?
We have close?
You win. Congratulations.
No, thanks. Did you quote 8308 as one of those?
I did not. Now I'm thinking of a number in my head.
Okay.
This is really fantastic. This is the official Ubuntu book. It is the 8th edition, and it is actually signed by, if I can find the title page. There we go. It's signed by the authors Liz, Elizabeth Joseph, and also Jose Antonio Rey. So this is worth $10 on eBay. Okay, 13? $15 on eBay. And the winner of the signed edition of the official Ubuntu book has a ticket ending in 8287. 8287. Is anyone close? Got the 8?
Yes. A single 8. Anyone have a ticket with a numeral on it?
8178. 8178. Yeah. Yeah, anyone close? Well, we're still coming up 8s. So it might be your lucky day soon. 8262. We'll take it. Wait, do we find one off? Uh-oh, contender.
One off? Thunderdome.
What, 863? No? What was the ticket number? 8268. Was it? Or was it 62?
I think this one was 6-2.
Yeah, 8262, right? Oh, yeah, that's one off. That is one off. What do you mean 5 off, Jose? You're supposed to be helping. Congratulations, you won a book. There you go. Okay, last copy of my book. This is also signed, like the other one. Beginning Ubuntu for Windows and Mac users, first edition. And this covers Ubuntu 14.04, LTS, grab 2.
Not going anywhere.
8320. 8320. Anyone close? All right. 8221. I said you needed to be close. 8222. We'll take it. Congratulations. Thank you. So that is all the fabulous prizes we have today. But the real prize, of course, is the Ubuntu community. And so it's about lunchtime. I could eat. What do you think? What? Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to have, are you going to do it? Or we're going to have people go? Okay. So, right. So as I said, it's about lunchtime and I could eat. So before we go to lunch, we need to know, obviously, what we're coming back for. And so we're going to announce some of the proposals for the unconference talks and run them by everyone and give you a hint of what's to come.
Who's first? Give your pitch. There you go.
So basically, one of the...
What's the title of your talk? So we'll be able to see.
I don't have it posted anymore, I forget.
If you were to write it down.
Something about SDL and Snappy Ubuntu Core. We're just trying to get SDL working on Snappy Ubuntu Core with Marco on x86, I think is the target we want to look at. So people that have machines that have KVM support can try live with us as well and just experiment, and that's the objective we have.
There you go.
It says SDL for Snappy Ubuntu Core with an unhappy, happy face, depending on how you...
Fantastic. What other sessions do we have?
All right, I'm clearly interested in app development, so I want to talk about attracting non-Ubuntu app developers to our platform. So if you've written apps for Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, anything like that, even other Linux distros that are not Ubuntu, I want to hear, what your expectations are, where we're falling short of that, and what we can do to improve it.
And then one of our other attendees wants to be there. I'll grab him at lunch.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi. Last week, with the French local team, we did a meeting, and we wanted to buy Ubuntu.Ninja, but there were a bug. It was $48,000. So we canceled that ID, and we saw there were Ubuntu.lol. So we take it because it was only $3. And we want to use it to share fun stuff about Ubuntu, but preventing to turn this website to be Ubuntu bashing. So it's a light topic, but
a good one. Thank you.
So I'm Ryan with the Mycroft team, and
where they can film you.
I'm Ryan with the Mycroft team, and I'd like to talk about using the adapt intent parser to make applications that understand natural language.
I'm Sujivan, and I want to talk about the software Inyoka, which is powering our German Ubuntu community for like 8 years. It is an all-in-one software which combines a news blog, a planet, a wiki, and a forum. And we are going to open source it, hopefully somewhere this year, and that's the topic. Yes.
Hi, I'm Daniel. I actually thought of something tweet-sized, but we're not going for it. So let's fix team reports. Everybody wants transparency, but nobody wants to write team reports, so let's fix it.
My topic is find errors in documentation. Is it possible? And we'll also go into like how to organize, see if we can find a way to like organize wikis, because even sometimes smaller flavors like Ubuntu have trouble for people that have been using it for years to find the right wiki page to link to help someone on IRC. And I think this needs major improvement.
We had a gentleman yesterday asking about that. Good call.
So we hear a lot about Snappy for Internet of Things and for the phone. I'd like to learn a little more about Snappy in the traditional server atmosphere. So my session's Snappy for sysadmins, and I know nothing about that, so hopefully someone that knows about Snappy will come and tell me.
Hello, I'm Alejandro. I work for Canonical in the Unity API team. We are recently finishing one new API that we are providing to phone developers, which is the in-app purchases API. So if you are building apps for the phone and you would like to get some form of purchases happening inside your app, or even, I don't know, donations happening for
happening inside the app itself, then I think it might be a good thing to join our session, and we can walk you through using it and trying it. All right? So, thanks.
Hello. Okay, I'm Marcus. I'm one of the developers on the Scopes API. We have David here as well, who's heading up a competition that started this week called Scopes Showdown. So we want to run a session on Scopes Q&A. Any developers that are interested, you can come and ask us questions. Hopefully we can help.
Hi, I'm David Calais, and I work on the community team, and mostly on developer documentation. So I'd like to talk to app developers and see how we can do a better job for you. And just, I'd like you to share your expectations and where we can help, really.
Anyone else who is proposing a talk?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect timing.
Just wrote it down. So just a session about packaging snaps.
Keep going.
That's it. Right here? Yep. Creating snaps. That's the session, basically. Creating what? Snaps.
Creating snaps.
And I wanted to discuss Google Summer of Code coordination. We've been involved with Google Coding. It's finishing on Monday, and we have Google Summer of Code coming up. So if anyone wants to join, Nick and I are going to be coordinating Summer of Code. At least we're going to try and get in. So any ideas are welcome.
Yeah, was that everyone?
Okay. So I think that's the talks we have. Any last-minute comers?
So what I want you all to do, as you file out to lunch, is there's a whiteboard out there. We're going to start posting. The organizers are going to start posting those talks on the whiteboard. Take a look at any topic you think will be interesting. You can come back after lunch, and once again, room I is over here through the air doors, and room J is over here. And if you've never done an unconference session, it's really great because you can go there because you know about something, because you want to know about something, because you're really passionate about something. It's a really unique experience, and we're really, really proud to have it, that experience here again for UbuCon. So thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Eat your vegetables.
Jono, you want to give me a level check on that? Playback?
Yeah, there's a buzz in that line, and I don't know what it is. That's it right there.
Wrong. In the 60 seconds.